Okay, so today we're going to be building upon the last class, and I hope we all had a chance to review what we did last, because it's very important for us to understand some RF fundamentals. Okay, so I gave you guys some kind of lab work to do. Did you have the chance to do them? I saw only two responses. Two people that have completed it. I saw yours, Emmanuel, and yeah, and I think I saw somebody else. Mm, instruments. I saw somebody else. I read through. Boluwatife. Aha. Okay. Yeah. Boluwatife and Emmanuel. So let me assume that the rest of you that did not get the job done probably are still busy working on it, or you're struggling to understand what the whole uh, tax was about. So which one of the two should I assume? You working on it, or you are having difficulty with it? Sure, go for it, Madam Larry. Can you speak up?
I'm sorry, my apologies. I couldn't attend the first class, so I spent just maybe 30 minutes. There was a fire incident in our premises in our server room, so I was told to be there, and I couldn't. So I couldn't. I have to go over the first class again myself. That's what happened.
That's okay. I think the video and the slides and the transcripts were uploaded to every group's test bed, so you should see the slide there. And also the video was, I think they were actually uploaded to YouTube for those that wanted to watch it again. But that's okay. Uh, I just assume that we are all good, so I will just proceed from there. Okay, so let's get started. So we're going to be talking about two things. Please, if you're not um, talking or you're not contributing, please try to keep your mic muted. Just not to distract others in the whole class. If you want to mention somebody's name, please try to respect them with by calling them by their names. Okay, it's good to identify who you are actually referring to. You can turn on your camera if you want to. It's optional. It's not mandatory. I can see your names, so I'm good. And please, if you're going to be leaving the class or joining back and forth, please try to don't distract the rest of us on the call. Okay. I understand that you are busy. Do you want it on the other? Thank you. Okay, so let me just give you a quick recap of what we discussed last week. So we talked about the RF fundamentals. We talked about the three main properties of RF: the wavelength, the frequency, and then the phase. Talk about the relationship between the phase and the frequency and uh, wavelength. Then while we're doing that, we spoke about amplitudes, how amplitude is very important in terms of wave, and more or less in sound, that is like your volume, right? So it's the same concept of sound, acoustic, that applies in radio frequency as well. So the stronger your amplitude, the better your the strength of the signal that you're sending. And then the baseline. Remember the baseline, when you throw a stone into a pond, right? It starts to become wavy, but the baseline is still there. You can only see the crest and the toe, right? And what happens is that the baseline is your noise floor, and the amplitude that is coming up and down, that's where the signal is. That's what you want to distinguish from the noise. And I made example talking about if you're speaking with your friend during maybe before a lecture in MKO lecture theater, the background noise is very high, so you need to speak louder than when you are in probably in your hostel and you're talking to colleagues right beside you. The volume of your voice becomes slower. You don't want to shout the same way you're shouting when you're in MKO while you're in the bedroom. Of course, the other person will feel a little bit offensive, like, hey, why is coming into my ears? Anyway, the analogy is just there to explain to you that yes, in congested environments, you need to increase the signal strength. If not, the other person may not really understand what the other device may not interpret the signal correctly, and may request for a retires. And those are the things that reduces the throughput during transmission. Okay, and we've talked about phase, how phase cancel out each other. When s- signals with the same frequency, when they meet together, they kind of amplify each other. Like uh, Bible says, like two fighting, and then conquering more than 10,000, right? So when you have two signals together, coming together, it amplifies the signal and then makes it stronger than when the single signal is actually being transmitted. And that is the concept behind the uh, MIMO, multiple input, multiple outputs, because the signals are constructed together and then they amplifies. But anyway, when they are out of phase and the same signal, the same frequency, they're out of phase, they cancel each other and they become zero. That is the concept of that we use in the acoustic when you're dealing with noise cancelling headphones. So those that are involved in sound engineering and stuff like that, or working in the data center that is very loud. You have noise cancelling headphones that you put on to work in. That's the whole concept. So it's trying to identifies the noise floor and then makes the same frequency with that noise floor and cancel it out. So you don't hear the background noise. I have it clean here. Okay, yeah, if you for more information, please review the last class and then we can um I'm sure you'll be fine. So let's get into it today. So we're gonna be talking about the regulatories, the requirements, wireless LAN standards and all sorts today. And then please again, if I'm saying something that you don't really understand, please don't wait for me to finish. Just interject immediately. Call me back. It's fine. You can call me back 10 times or even more, and I will try to explain the same concept to you from a different angle. As long as you get it, then I'm good. Okay, for the first section, I'm going to be talking about regulatory bodies, talking about IEEE, Wi-Fi lines, WBA, IETF, and so many other regulatory bodies, like I said, FCC and stuff like that. Then, after the first section, I'm going to be talking about the regulatory constraints and then try to understand what is DFS, what is TPC, We'll probably talk a little bit about AFC as well on CCP gas, and then talk about the deployment guidelines. Okay, so take a sip of your coffee and let's get started. Okay, so we're gonna be talking about the wireless standard and the protocols. This piece is very important for us as wireless engineers because without following the rules, you are not an engineer, but you're basically just I don't want to call it a criminal practicing like an engineer. So you need to follow the rules because we all know that in engineering we have a lot of rules. You can't bend it. If you try to bend it, you're more or less like unqualified engineer. There are so many unqualified engineers that call themselves engineer. Especially back home, Nigeria, you even if organizer will call himself an engineer or an electrician that that actually did not even go for any electrical training will call himself an engineer and wire your house, right? So we all know that, right? And the reason why we get mad at folks like that is because they don't follow the rules. Rules are very important, and we need to understand the basic rules, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you today. So we're going to be talking about the rules and regulations that governs and how they apply and why you need to understand them. So, okay, let's talk about regulatory bodies. One of the regulatory bodies that you are all familiar with is the IEEE. IEEE is a very big body. Okay, a very big body. Their role is a global standard organization responsible for creating foundational standards used in technology. It's not limited to wireless. It even includes wired and all sorts of technologies. Okay, that are related to the field of electrical and electronics. So, including those that governs wireless, right? For this particular class, the standard is 802.11 standards, and they are based on mostly Wi-Fi protocols. There was one called 802.15 standard. Most of it are designed for IoT. You must have probably heard about that. So we have different standards on 802. Okay. Perhaps you're familiar with the 802.3. Those are, the standards guarding wired transmission and stuff like that. But we'll be focusing mostly on 802.11 and 802.15. 15.4 mostly. So the key points here is that the 802.11 standards ensures interoperability, reliability, and performance across different devices, wireless devices. Each IEEE standard specifies technical requirements for frequency, we've spoken about it last week, for modulation, security, and data rates. Let me give you an example. The 802.11 AC, you probably must have heard about that, supports higher data rates, broader channel bandwidth for Wi-Fi as compared to 802.11b or 802.11g. We're going to be talking more in more details about what those standards are, but for now, I'm just going to give you a quick summary of what we're talking about. There's another body that is called Wi-Fi Alliance. So Wi-Fi Alliance, that's the Wi-Fi TM logo. Wi-Fi Alliance is an industry association. Now, they're a little bit different from IEEE. They are more focused on compatibility and reliability across different devices. So if you manufacture a device in Nigeria and you take it um, to the UK, the expectation is that that device should understand the the standards in the UK and be compatible. Okay, now that is based on if that device is Wi-Fi Alliance certified. So you need to check the device, check the back of it very, and uh, and see if the IEEE standards and the Wi-Fi certified mark is actually on it. You probably must not have noticed that, but most devices, if you check the case, you will see the Wi-Fi Alliance logo on them to show that they are certified devices. I'm just trying to find one that I can use here. Sorry. Um, yeah. Anyway, yeah. If you have a case of a brand new device, you probably look at the back of it. You'll see that logo, the Wi-Fi Alliance logo. It means that that device is certified. It can interact with any other certified Wi-Fi Alliance device. Okay. Another body that you're familiar with is the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. Okay. IETF is an organization that focuses on internet protocol, particularly those that define network operations and data transmission and security. Uh, go for it, Paul.
Oh, I was going to say that it's the presentation is not showing again, but it's back online now.
All right, okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. All right, yeah. So um, IETF, they don't really specify anything around wireless, but the work kind of affects how data is securely and transmitted over Wi-Fi. Okay, they are responsible for standards such as TCP, IP, IPv6, and all sorts of reliable communication over internet. They also develop security protocols like TLS, and stuff like that. So IPsec and etc. So those are works by IETF. Another regulatory body that we need to kind of focus more on mostly is FCC. FCC is a regional regulatory agency that governs the use of the electromagnetic spectrum in the United States. Most of the Western countries or third world countries, developing countries, actually mimics whatever FCC is doing in the United States. But they kind of water down the version. They're not so stringent like FCC. So IC or ISED, ISED is what we call it. And that is Innovation, Science, and Economic uh, Development Canada. They're like a sister body to FCC. What exactly FCC is doing in the United States is what IC is doing in Canada. So if you look at the device at the back of it as well, probably see IEEE. If you don't see it, you probably see Wi-Fi Alliance. That is fine. You see the Wi-Fi certified logo. You probably will notice as well that you see FCC logo or IC logo. So that means that this particular device, either it is an access point, a mobile phone, whatever it is, supports and respects the regulatory rules that governs transmission in this particular country, United States or Canada. So if it follows the rules of the United States, then the expectation is that other countries that actually follows FCC rules, that device will work there as well. Okay, so you have uh, NCC in Nigeria, Nigeria Communications Commission, that kind of mimics what FCC does, but not that stringent. They don't have so many rules that that are enforced by FCC. So basically, a device that works that has FCC logo should ideally work in Nigeria, because most of the rules that are followed in United States are followed by FCC as well. Okay. What are the things that are commonly found in the regional regulatory agencies uh, rules and regulations? Mostly they're about setting the frequency allocation that is going to be used to prevent signal interference. For instance, there's a spectrum uh, called uh, DFS. Let me just pull up. And dynamic frequency coordination. It's also the same range that you have your weather signals, um, and or airplane, or called radar. So when you're transmitting in that particular frequency, it is expected that you follow the rules and regulations. Okay, so uh, let me show you. I have uploaded it in our uh, test page. So let me just show you how it's what I'm talking about. Okay, just a minute to share my screen. Oh, okay, can you see my screen? Awesome. Okay. So as you can see here, FCC logo. Can you see my pointer? Okay. Okay. Yeah. FCC. Awesome. So we have like Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 2 extended. We just call it Unit 2E. Really don't call it Unit. We don't call it a full. And then we have a Unit 3. So under Wi-Fi, we look at the frequency from 5170 megahertz, so that is 5G. You can look at this is entirely a 5G spectrum. And then so Unit 1, it's allowed, okay, in FC, it's fine with Unit 1. But from Unit 2 to Unit 2E, they are called DFS range, right? What DFS, I'm going to talk about DFS in details, but DFS is the frequency range where radar and all sorts are used. The shared, Wi-Fi is open spectrum that is being shared. So it is not a restricted uh, frequency range spectrum like we have in mobility or other transmission. So on RF. So this particular spectrum is being used by some incumbents. One of them is the radar within 120 and 128. You have the weather radar, but if you come down a little bit from 112 above up to 140, they are mostly used in the airplane, airports for radio as well. So you have so many things that can actually cause interference. So what happens in DFS is that when a Wi-Fi device is transmitting on that range and there's radio signal detected, it is the rule is that that device must jump out of that DFS range and go to either Unit 1 or Unit 3 and stay there. Okay, they must not transmit again on that for a period of time. There's a rule and regulation that governs that. So they must not stay there until a period of time and then they can come back. The period is a function of the regulatory body for that particular country. I said and FCC they kind of follow the same direction, but yeah. So that's another thing to talk about. Another thing to talk about is the transmit power. So the ERP it's different for different range in the spectrum. The Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 3, they all have different ERP as in the maximum transmit power. If you look at it here, the Unit 1, you have the 23 dB, Unit 2, 23 dB, and then when it goes to Unit 2E, you can go as high as 30 dB, the maximum power, and then we come back to Unit 3. But these are all a function of the regulatory body. Some countries they have it in a different ERP maximum power that has been used. So yeah, please pay attention to the country that you are in, and then follow the rules and regulations regarding the transmit power for those different ranges. The good thing is that in most devices, you just need to update what we call the power tables. So if you change the power table from US to Canada, then that means that it will follow the rules that is being implemented in Canada. If you change the power tables to UK, then it will follow UK power tables. If you change the power tables to Nigeria, it will just use the power tables in Nigeria. So you don't have to do the math. It's already part of the software. Okay, so let's continue. Mm. So far, so good. I think you're good, right? Okay, so we're good. Good question. Thank you, Edmire. So I already spoke about DFS, right? And I spoke about the Transit Power Control (TPC). So we can just any question so far, or do you want me to revise this? So if you look at it, the spectrum is very wide. We have a lot of transmission that can be done on spectrum, and they all kind of impact each other. So I'm mostly talking about the range here. This is where here is where you mostly found most of mobile devices, and you probably mostly be working on. You can as well be involved with broadcasting radio stations and stuff like that, working in the transmission line as well. But then the frequency being used kind of sub 1 gig, so you probably find them all the way down here. The sub 1 gig navigation that you have, the sonar and the likes, they all apply, and they all have their own rules and regulations that you have to follow. The same thing applies to satellites and radio astronomy and stuff like that. But if you look at the spectrum here, the sub 1 gig and up to 6 gigahertz that you have right now, those are the areas that we need to focus on. So many incumbents are there, and they share the same transmission spectrum as we all do, and that is why we need to follow the rules and regulations. There's what we call AFC, that is automatic frequency uh, uh, coordination, being used for the 6 gigahertz, um, because there are a lot of incumbents on 6 gigahertz, so we don't want to impact them. So 6 gigahertz is just released in most countries. To be used in for mobility for Wi-Fi, especially. So there is need to be able to have what called AFCSA, that is AFC server administrator. What the AFC server administrator does is that they check uh, your device for its location and its power levels, and then let it know if there is an incumbent 6 gigahertz transmission in that area that is non-Wi-Fi. If there is one, then it will send the request to a response back to the request of the device to not use the standard power level, but rather use what we call low power indoor levels. So that means that you reduce the transmission level, so in order not to interfere with the increment. However, if the increment maybe a nerve system or whatever in that area, if there's no increment in that area, so the request is actually sent via JSON to the AFCSA server, and it responds back to the device, usually through the AP, and not it's the AP that coordinates this, the access point, not this mobile device itself. So the AP will now update its power levels and update it to use what we call standard power. If you have time, it's something that you should review. Look at what we call AFC, understand the difference between standard power, uh, low power indoors, very low power. So these are the different, levels of power that is being used for transmission. Okay, so far so good. Let's discuss about this. Let's just check our understanding of what we've spoken about so far. So, why is Wi-Fi certification important to device interoperability? Who can step in and kind of, what do you think will happen? Please go ahead, Paul.
Okay, thank you, sir. Um, just like you said, certification is very important for all devices that use Wi-Fi because to avoid interference. For example, now if I have a device that uses a Wi-Fi that has to do with radar communication, there might be interference with the radar communication and with my device, which we know actually which is very, very bad. And also, you talk about security. Also, it is very important that we have certification, and also for our own safety, it is very important. I think there are levels of radiation that we should not expose ourselves to. So when we have Wi-Fi certification, it helps us to know that okay, at this range we can actually operate at this range without exposing ourselves to any danger of radiation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, Lord, I'm Larry.
Okay, yeah. Certification is good for standards, just to create standards. One, to create security, and then compatibility. So, cause these devices has to be compatible with each other because different vendor devices might not be working with should I say each or one another. Like before they created the OSI layer, because IBM wasn't working with each other vendor they have at that time. I can't remember. IBM is one of the first device makers. Let me say is computer. So for compatibility, for security, and for standards.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, on point. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Um, Toby.
I think the focus is on interoperability. Peradventure, you want to upgrade your system, or you want to move from an existing system, you need to phase out gradually. And if those two systems are not working together to this year, for you to start again is going to be I mean, a lot of cost. And also, you might also be working with partners that have a different system entirely. So, interoperability between those systems are very, very important. That's why they must be on the same pace, on the same basis, and they must be able to communicate together without any interference or disturbance.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You guys are actually, shows that you're following, and I really appreciate that. That's good. That's good. Any other contribution from anyone? Okay. That's fine. So okay. So we are good. We've done the first 45 minutes. So I would give us like um, a a should we go for a 50 minutes break, and then we come back to have discussion on 82.11 families. Uh, sure, Paul, go for it.
Okay, is about the DFS. Can you please do a bit of recap maybe before we start the next section?
Sure, sure. We can talk about it right now. If you want me to talk about it now, or you want to talk about it after a break, which one works for you?
Yeah, we can do it now. It's fine, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Uh, Please feel free to go for a break now. I just want to talk about DFS with Paul, and if you're interested, you can stay as well and listen to the conversation. But yeah, so I will start my timer here. I won't be able to show it on the screen, but I'll put it at the side. So 50 minutes. Okay. And yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, and it's starting now. So yeah, okay. So let's talk about DFS. Uh, DFS is what called dynamic frequency selection. It's a spectrum range. It's a range where you don't want to interfere. The regulatory bodies uh, don't like DFS channels to be interfered. Let me go a little bit deeper and explain DFS to you. I have a slide on DFS that I can use to walk you through it. Kind of my slides just a moment. Uh, mm, DFS. Okay, so let's talk about it. Those are very old slides. Can you see it? Okay, so this is how DFS looks like. Okay, so from here, from China 52, to channel 144. So that is unit 2 entirely. Okay, the entire unit 2 from unit 2 to unit 2 extended. That is on a 5 gigahertz. Okay, the 5 gigahertz spectrum that is being used for Wi-Fi starts from 5,170 and it ends at 5,815. Yeah, you can see. So in Wi-Fi, we have what called Wi-Fi channels. So and the channels are based on the channel weights. Okay. So if you say channel 36, 40, 44, 48, those are based on channel weights of 20 megahertz. So we have 40 megahertz or 80 or 160. We'll talk about this later. Okay. So let's talk about the channel width of 20. If your access point is transmitting using a 20 megahertz channel width and is on channel 36, then it's good. It's using what we call 5 gig glow on the Unit 1. So you can transmit. Okay? So, and then, but the wider the channel width, the better or the more your throughput increases. So if you want to send a lot of uh, transmission data across, if you have a very thin, narrow channel width, think of the channel width as a pipe, right? So if your pipe is very small, then the flow that can pass through the pipe is limited. It's a function of the pipe. If you have a bigger pipe, that means you have a bigger channel width, then you can actually flood through a lot of transmission through it and it will be received at the end. So an access point that is transmitting with 20 megahertz will be slower as compared to an access point that is transmitting with 80 megahertz or 160. Now, you don't want to use 160 all the time. You can use 80 because 80 will just use chew up the entire unit one. But if you use the entire unit one to transmit, then you are also saying that you're going to be successful to interference. What if there's another device that is also transmitting in unit one? It's going to be chewing up into your like your 8 megahertz and perhaps have a lot of interference. Also, the noise level will also increase because you're using 80 megahertz, so there's tendency for you to have more noise interfering. But then that's not the whole idea of DFS. The idea of DFS is to be able to increase your pipe and maximize the spectrum. So you can be on 5 gigahertz low range and increase your pipe to 160. If you use 160, that means you are going to be having uh, your transmission changing from unit 1 into unit 2. So that means that part of the transmission is also on the DFS channels, right? So if you're transmitting on on 5 gigahertz with unit 1 and unit 2 with 160 megahertz, what happens? So what happens is that anytime you're transmitting, the AP will first listen to check if there is what a radar transmission radar that is weather or airports whatever within that range, and check the signal for like 1 minute. If there is no radar detected, then you can make use of it. Another thing is that apart from having the 80 megahertz there, you may probably say, "Oh, I don't want to use 160. I'll probably use 80 megahertz." You're like, "Oh, this 80 megahertz in this unit one is flooded. There are a lot of transmission going on here. Can I go to a DFS channel that is cleaner, that you have less devices that are transmitting on it, and then you go to a DFS channel. Before you can enter a DFS channel, you need to scan it, like channel 100. Channel 100 is here, right? It's on unit 2E. So you want to go into channel 100. You need to, first of all, scan it. Be sure that there is no transmission there. If there is no transmission, then you can use it. Then you can the access point will now tune itself to use the frequency channel 100. So what happens? While transmission is going on, the AP is continuously, scanning to be sure that there is no radio transmission. As long as there is no radio transmission, as long as there is no radio transmission, it will keep transmitting, and all the devices will keep taking the information. But if the AP detects a radar transmission, if it detects a radar signal, immediately the AP will cease its communication and send what we call channel switch announcements. Channel switch announcements so that it doesn't truncate the transmission just like that rudely. Like see it as if you are talking to somebody and then you are making use uh, uh, of a friend's. Oh, you went to a friend's house, and then you are making use of their living room. Okay, to do some talking, and all of a sudden, the your friend's dad or whatever comes in with his friends and decided that they want to make it to the living room. What do? You excuse them right away and say, "Hey, you talk to Freddie. Can we go outside or can we go to your bedroom to continue talking?" The same thing. That is what we call channel switch announcement. So, the access point will tell all the devices that are connected to it and say, "Guys, sorry, I can't transmit on channel 100 anymore. There is a radio signal that I just detected. Can you meet me on channel 36 right away?" So when it says that, it is going to be in what I call the IE, the information elements in the beacon. I'll talk about that later today. We are going to talk about it today. You're going to send it to the device, and then they're like, "Oh, we cannot continue receiving transmission from the access point on channel 100. The access point says we should go to channel 36. See you in channel 36. Okay, bye bye." So the device will also confirm and say, "I'm leaving," and then it runs to the new channel. And that is what happens. And it goes to channel 36. Why is it going to channel 36? It has to go to a non-DFS channel. You can't remain in DFS when there's a radar event. It has to jump out right away and go to a non-DFS channel. And that's what we call channel move. It is not under IEEE standard. This is defined in Wi-Fi lines. Okay, so these are the things that you need to focus on when you talk about regulatory. So Wi-Fi lines is the one that governs DFS, not how you implement it. So it is not in IEEE. So sorry, uh, uh, the implementation to understand DFS is the Wi-Fi layers. But the particular rule that you have to, it says Wi-Fi layers will let you say that, oh, this device supports DFS. Okay. Now, the particular rule enforcement is by the regulatory body of that country. So if you are in Nigeria, NCC will probably say this is the duration that you must spend before you jump over, before the access point can say, leave the DFS channel and go to a non-DFS channel. In North America, the duration is immediately. Okay, and you have to keep scanning for at least 1 minute. That is the rule in North America, and those are the rules that are being governed by the regulatory body like FCC, ICED, IC, and stuff like that. Now, when you're out of DFS channel, when you're being kicked out of DFS channel, you can't just go back right away. No, no. If your dad's friend comes to the living room, you can't say that, oh yeah, if you kicked out, you're in the bedroom talking to a friend that you want to go back to the living room right away. Come on, you have to give some respect and regard, right? So you don't just go back and then be checking. What you can do is drop, like open your door to check, are they done? Are they still there? And stuff like that. So but before you can start doing that, you must first of all stay away for like 30 minutes. And that's the first thing. That's the first rule in North America. It applies in most other countries, but so there's what called a non-occupancy period, and then that means that you have to stay away from that particular DFS channel for at least 30 minutes. During this period, you should not make use of that channel, DFS channel. You should stay on the non-DFS channel until the availability check has been performed. So back to their availability check. So remember the availability check thing that we explained earlier on the start. That is the 60 seconds thing. And then if the AP says, okay, I checked and there's no longer reader detected, can I go now? Like, oh, buddy, your parents are gone. Can we go back to the living room and continue watching our show? Stuff like that. Oh, they're gone. Oh yeah, let's go. So if there's no signal detected, then you just go back to the 100 and then continue transmitting. Um, did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. I got it now, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
You are welcome. You're welcome. Okay. All right. So let's go back to okay. We still have like 2 minutes more for a break, and then if you want to go somewhere or take a coffee or whatever, please do. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to record the first session. I just clicked the record button now. Okay. All right. Most of the folks that attended last week are not on the call today. Do you know why? Was last week too intense? Okay.
And now, so I guess they are preparing for the FYB week. I mean, sent up. It is tomorrow. Maggie is their coordinator, so I know she won't be here. She's not like going to be here today. Tomorrow morning is their sent for thereabouts. So I get that they
Okay.
are not available.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Okay. Time is up. Let's continue. Okay, let's continue with it. So then we're talking about 8.11 and protocol families. Okay, so uh, we're going to be talking about a lot of analysis right now. So please, uh, I want you to pay attention. It's very important right now. We're going to be talking about some important components, and I will also be talking a little bit about modulation techniques and stuff like that. So if you don't get it, don't wait until I kind of move to the next topic. Please call me back right away so that we don't spend too much of time about something that you don't understand. Okay? Okay. Hmm. HHX11 families. It's a very interesting concept that I really want us to look at. The IEEE 802.11 includes several key standards that sets the foundation for Wi-Fi technology, and each standard represents a specific and significant step forward, enhancing speed, reliability, efficiency in wireless communication. Let's quickly talk about the early standard and the spectrum techniques that were used. In 1997, um, what called the 802.11 legacy was introduced. That was when we first had like the first Wi-Fi per se, right? And it was offering the speed of 2 megabit per second, and it used what called DSS, that is the direct sequence spread spectrum, and FHSS, that is the frequency hopping spread spectrum. These are the two technologies to spread the signal across a wide frequency range. What do I mean by spectrum? Remember last week we talked about how the signal spreads over the air, right? I then explained to you that we use the analogy of touchlights. That when you are standing right beside it, you can see the strength, the signal strength of the touchlights. The range as it's closer to the touchlight is stronger. The signal, the light is very bright. But if you're moving far away, as you're moving further away from the um, touchlight, then you can see that the light is spreading and it is not so bright anymore or further away. We could focus it and adjust it and stuff like that. So those are things that uh, define the way the spectrum actually works. But I will talk about the spread spectrum later today. So I won't want to go into it right now. But the most important thing is that 802.11 legacy started in 1997. It's totally outdated now. We don't use it. We don't advise anybody to use it, but at least it laid the groundwork for what we have today. Another early standards that actually came up were in 1999, where we have the 802.11b. 802.11b offered data rates of 11 megabits per second, and then it is at this point that it was making Wi-Fi more practicable for everyday use because it was using a higher rate than what the latest was offering. Um, it's called HR-DSSS, and this improved upon the original DSS technology that was used in the legacy. It operates solely on the 2.4, which of course is prone to interference, but is widely used because 2.4 you have so many other uh, transmissions going on here. The ZigBee, you find a ZigBee on it, even the BLE is on 2.4, and so many other transmission that goes on 2.4. While 11B was offered to us, there was another 802.11a that was offered afterwards, which operates in 5 gigahertz. Okay, and it offers less interference with higher data rates. It introduced what we call the OFDM, that is the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing, which splits data across multiple frequencies. And that analogy, that concept is what improved the speed and reliability because it is splitting it across multiple frequencies. Unlike the uh, the the HR-DSSS, that is the high rate DSS. So altogether, OFDM kind of make things a lot better and also introduced us to something new, a new concept in transmission. I'll talk about OFDM later and explain what is OFDM in details. Some of you that did electrical electronics will probably understand the concept better, but I'll try my best to bring everybody up to speed to understand the difference between all these technologies. We're going to talk about them today, and I'll make sure that I do my best in simplifying it. Then we move further from 802.11b to 802.11a, and then further to an advanced standard in 2003 to what we call 802.11g. 802.11g kind of combines the the OFDM technology from 802.11a, and also is compatible with 802.11b. So you can achieve that speed of 54 megabits per second that you can get on 11a on 2.4, which is a good advancement, right? But then it's also backward compatible to 11b, so you can drop down its data rates from 54 and drop it down back to support 11 megabits per second for 11b. This existed for a couple of years, for like 6 years thereabouts, and then Wi-Fi became very interesting. This is where I wanted to start paying attention to. There was what called 802.11n, because it's Wi-Fi began to be attracting a lot of attention from different people, from IEEE task groups. People started improving it and trying to make it better. 802.11n introduced what we call MIMO, multiple input, multiple outputs. Remember when I was explaining to you about reflection, diffraction, uh, the, you know, all these signals that are being scattered around, they were negatively impacting wireless signals. But engineers started thinking, wait a minute, we can't keep on whining. We can't keep on complaining that all these things are affecting transmission. Can we make use Can we make use of these negative signals, of these reflections, of these refractions, of the diffractions? Can we make use of it and make it to improve the signal itself? That was when we started thinking about phase, right? Remember we talked about phase last week? So when the signals are actually in phase, and they come together, they improve the throughput, right? They improve the amplitude of the actual signal, because it is it is that concept that brought about the idea of MIMO. So multiple inputs, multiple outputs, and you can use more than one antenna. So instead of using just a single antenna, you can use more than one transmitter. So you keep more than one antennas sending the same signal, the same frequency, and then because they're in phase, they keep coming to that device, and then the device can take that signals, combine it together, amplify it, and get better data rates. Guess what? With that, the speed jumped up all the way from 54 to 600 megabit per second. That is what MIMO can offer you. So the good thing about 811N is that it operates on both 2.4 and 5 gig. When I said the 6 gigahertz megabit per second, this is only available on the 5 gigahertz. It's not available on the 2.4. And the reason is because the spectrum of 2.4 is limited. Excuse me. We only have just 3 non-overlapping channels in 2.4: channel 1, channel 6, channel 11. And so it's kind of limited. But the maximum you probably can get is around 240 thereabouts on uh, on 2.4. We'll look at the MCS rates and talk about that later. Sorry, my voice is a little bit tired. Okay, so After that, then there is what called uh, attractions to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi lines now decided that okay, we've dwelled enough on 802.11n for years. Let's develop something that can actually make use of MIMO, not just multiple input, multiple outputs. Now we have multiple users actually using the same concept of MIMO on the 5 gigahertz, right? Let's look at what Wi-Fi Alliance did. Did you all hear the sound? I just played the video now. Did you hear the sound? Awesome. Okay, so I'll just play it and make it full. How was that? So that was what happened when Wi-Fi 11 AC now started. You can have multiple users in just 802.11n. We couldn't have we had the double band support, but then uh, it Wi-Fi 5 brought in the use of multiple users. So the difference is that the same transmission as that's the idea of beamforming and the like started coming in. The same transmission, you can actually split it and have multiple users inside the same transmission. So you have different data meant for different people, and then the device will detect which one is meant for it while they're using MIMO. So it's sending transmission from different angles, from different radios, antennas, and sending it to the device based on wherever the device is. So more or less, like think about it from a point of view, like you have a touchlight and you have like 3 or 4 touchlights with you. You point to one to Toby to have light wherever he is. Point another one to Paul. You are pointing another one to Barry. You know, pointing another one to Bulu. So everybody have lights. You don't have to like spread the same lights to everybody at the same time, and then because you're spreading it to everybody at the same time, they are not getting enough light. Right? It's not so bright because you're sharing it with everybody. But now you're focusing it everybody to have their own um transmission kind of being focused at them. That way, they all have sufficient um, transmission, and that is what increases the data rate. Okay, um, let's look at what Wi-Fi 6 brought. Wi-Fi 6 brought in another concept. Upon the MIMO, it brought what we call the OFDMA. OFDMA is different from OFDM. We'll talk about it later. Let's look at Wi-Fi 6.
For more than 2 decades, Wi-Fi has optimized the use of available unlicensed spectrum to deliver efficient and reliable connectivity in the 2.4 GHz and 5 GHz bands. With connectivity demands growing steadily, many countries are making portions of the 6 GHz unlicensed band available for Wi-Fi, providing more expansive spectrum with uncongested bandwidth and 7 super wide channels to deliver multi-gigabit, low-latency Wi-Fi. 6 GHz unlicensed spectrum presents tremendous opportunity for Wi-Fi innovation, and Wi-Fi Alliance is rapidly delivering its benefits with Wi-Fi 6E. Wi-Fi 6E identifies Wi-Fi devices that operate in 6 GHz, extending the high-efficiency features and capabilities of Wi-Fi 6 into the 6 GHz spectrum to deliver the full potential of Wi-Fi 6 performance. Wi-Fi 6E offers up to 7 super-wide 160 MHz channels to deliver high-throughput connections with lower latency, supporting proliferation of Wi-Fi devices and next-generation use cases. Wi-Fi 6E unleashes the benefits of 6 GHz. Some of the key applications that will benefit include unified communications, cloud computing, AR, VR, and telepresence. Certification as part of Wi-Fi Certified 6 is available for Wi-Fi 6E products and helps ensure devices operating in 6 GHz deliver state-of-the-art WPA3 security and worldwide interoperability. To learn more, visit wifi.org.
Okay. And that is Wi-Fi 6. What Wi-Fi 6 did is that it made it, before there was this doubt about Wi-Fi, that Wi-Fi, because it is an unlicensed spectrum, that anybody can listen to it. It is not secured. The speed is low. Half duplex. There are a lot of complaints about Wi-Fi, but then Wi-Fi 6 brought in the doubt, kill the doubts, and make it match what an equivalent of what you can get on a wired connection. Imagine having 9 gigabits on Wi-Fi. Then what is the point of your wired, right? Because that is exactly what the assurance that you get on Wi-Fi on wired. But this time around, you can actually get that same speed over Wi-Fi and with latency close to what you get on wired. And this was great, achievement in Wi-Fi that brought about the idea for device manufacturers, even laptop manufacturers, to ditch internet connection. So device manufacturers stopped manufacturing the laptops with Ethernet connection for connecting to the wire, because you can actually get it over Wi-Fi. Why do you have to have that connection? Again, it's chewing up space on your laptop. Okay, if you want to, if you still insist that you want to use the wired connection, use a USB adapter and connect it to the USB. So everybody started promoting Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi became like the norm. If you want to talk about internet, the people start mixing the concept of internet and Wi-Fi together. Like, oh, can I have Wi-Fi? I want to connect to the Wi-Fi. What they're trying to say is they want to connect to the internet. So Wi-Fi became the normal lingo, and level AX is what changed the old concept. It brought in OFDMA. Level AX is still not the latest, right? It's no longer the latest. We now have what we call Wi-Fi 7. In your test beds, I've put in some packet captures of Wi-Fi 7, that is 802.11b in it. In 802.11b, wait a minute. Sorry. Okay, in the 802.11b is just a new technology that just came out. The channel width has now increased even up to 320 megahertz. The 5 gigahertz spectrum that I showed you earlier, they were just the maximum was 160. Now in 6 gigahertz, you can get as far as 320 and up to 4K QAM of speed. I'll talk about what uh, QAM is later. We're talking about modulation techniques later. But anyway, that changed the whole thing. Imagine having 30 gig transmission on Wi-Fi. Even wired cannot get you that. Most wired connection can, even if you use the fiber optics or SFP, you probably get like 10 gig or thereabouts. Most Wi-Fi cannot even get that. Wired cannot get you that. But Wi-Fi is now offering throughput of about 30 gigabits per second. This is the future. This is the future. And you know what? We are not stopping at 11B. You're beginning to think about 11BN. 11BN is coming out next year. That is Wi-Fi 8. And it offers even more speeds. Your iPhone 16 supports 11BE. Samsung S24 supports 11BE. And so many devices are all now supporting 802.11BE, like Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 8 is coming, and you're going to see a lot of devices that supports Wi-Fi 8. Yeah, I took some packet captures from Intel, from Samsung, and iPhone 16 for you, so you can play around to see how 30 megahertz channel width looks like on your testbed. Okay, that is very important. What is modulation? Modulation is when you embed data within a radio signal for transmission. Okay, it is very important that you understand that concept of modulation. However, I'm going to be talking about something um, which is um, how modulation is being done. Remember, we talk about the wavelength, the frequency, and then the third part is the phase. The phase is what we're going to be using mostly in terms of modulation. Okay, so I'm going to talk about it, and then I'll talk about other things like the amplitudes and the likes. Okay, so what is phase gain? So it's purely an analog modulation and is rarely used for communication. Okay, so but it's just something that I'm going to be building upon to explain further. So phase keying is a digital modulation scheme in which we shift carrier between different phases. So information is conveyed by changing in the it changes in the phase. Okay. So it's not by the absolute phase changes, okay, that we'll look at. Okay. So for example, a logical one could be changing in the phase. So if you look at it here, there's a change in phase. It's going up and down, and then it switches, and then it changes again, right? And then it switches, and then it switches, and stuff like that. Anyway, so the change in phase is important, not the absolute phase. It's the changes that you pay attention to, and each change equals 1 or 0. Okay, and see that's the spot at which it changes. So now the point at which it's changing is what we are focusing more on. It's not the whole entire wave itself and the absolute, phase change. Many modern digital modulation schemes, actually, such as the QAM and the likes, EPSK, combine both phase and modulation together. Uh, okay, let's talk about the binary phase shift keying. The most basic form of phase shift keying is called the binary phase shift keying. Sometimes it is referred to as QPSK, or some rarely they call it phase reversal keying. So, as I mentioned earlier in the phase shift keying slide, we indicate a transmission in bits values. So, by changing the phase. So, here, if you look at it, um, so I'm trying to get my pointer. Here you go. Use it. Okay. 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 All right. Good. So, as I was explaining, as mentioned, um, we have a simple 180-degree reversal in the phase. If you look at it, so there is one that is here, up here, and then all of a sudden it switches, right? And then if you look at it here, it switches again and then move up for a period of time, and then it switches and then goes up and such like that. Do you notice that, right? So these are the things I want you to pay attention to, because this is how BSK actually works. So BSK is one of the simplest and the most robust like this, robust digital multiplication technique, and we use it a lot in wireless technology. So here we represent a unique phase of the carrier signal with those, changes, and because of its simplicity, okay. So BSK is highly resilient to noise or interference, and that makes it ideal for low speed, long distance communication and noise sensitive application. As you can see from what I just showed you earlier, okay, the 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 BSK works by modulating the phase of the carrier signal, and then the binary use bit is 0 and 1. So you see the 0 and then the 1, right? Let's say this is a 1, and then it becomes 0. It stays at 0 for a while, and then it goes 1, 1, and then it goes to 0. But look at it. This is the actual signal itself, the analog signal that you're converting. You're just converting it. It's a 0 here, right? And then it stays. This is where it changes, right? And then it stays for a while, and then it's changing. Boom. The way it changes, you know, you're changing it to 1, it becomes 1, and then it changes, boom, it stays at 0, and then it changes, and then stays at 1, and then it changes. So this is how we flip it between the 0 degree and the 180 degrees. So every time there's a change in phase, we indicate it as 0 and 1. So it basically means that each symbol in BPSK carries 1 bit of data. Okay, so think from that perspective, and the carrier signal changes by changes the phase by 180 degrees, depending on whatever the input signal is. Okay, so now the phase change distinguishes between the BPSK for one modulation, where we have more than one phase, right? And that is how we represent our bits, zero and ones. Let's talk about the way how BPSK works. I don't want to go into the formula, but that formula on the screen is basically saying that, when transmission of a 0 bit, uh, uh, the phase theta is set to 0 degree, and then the signal is like S at 0, A cos 2 pi ft, right? So pretty much what we're saying is the theta is 0, but when the theta is but when the bit is 1, then the theta has shifted with 180, so we change it to 180, and that's how that graph is being plotted. So when the theta is 0, when the theta is 180. But remember what I told you, right? As long as the same frequency, if they are combining or of if they are of the same frequency and they're combining, it increases the amplitude. But if they are kind of off each other, they cancel each other. So please always remember that. So in the transmitter, the data stream is split into individual bits, zeros and ones. So each bit zero is mapped to the 0 degree, and then the one bit is mapped to the 180 degrees. That's how we kind of do that. The same way, the receiver side also will do the same thing. So, but here, the incoming signal is matched against the reference carrier signal. So, what happens is that by analyzing the phase of the received signal, the receiver determines whether it is corresponding to 0 degrees, that is 0, or it is corresponding to 180 degrees, that is 1 bit. So, that is how the decoding is done. So the receiver must maintain a synchronization with the transmitter carrier signal in order to be able to interpret the phase changes accurately. If not, it will lose it. And if it loses the way to interpret the phase changes, then the signal is going to be corrupted.
I don't know if I'm getting it. Maybe you can shed more light on that.
Sure. That's okay. That's okay. Somebody else raised the hand. Who's that? Any?
I think I did mistakenly. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, you are following my explanation correctly, Dari. So we have the signal flipped here. So this is a digital signal here. Okay, it's so don't mix the one and zeros of the digital with the uh, 0 on the analog. They are not um, kind of um, exact signals. So just look at it from here. When it is 1, so they are exact mirror. So look at it like a mirror, okay? So this line here is your mirror, okay? Look at this line here as your mirror. So whatever you see here at the top, okay, the mirror of it is whatever is at the bottom, okay? Okay. Whenever there's a change, is when you determine, okay, am I looking at it from this side, or am I looking at it from this side? Okay, so your zeros and ones are mapped to 180 and zeros. Does that make sense? So whenever there's a change, the change is what you look at. Don't look at where you started from. It doesn't really matter to you. What matters to you is looking at the wave itself. When is it switching? When it switches, it means I'm no longer looking at it from this angle anymore. I'm looking at it from this angle. When it switches again, you say, I'm no longer looking at it from this angle. I'm looking at it from this angle. Okay? And that is what makes BPSK very, very easy. So look at it from where am I looking at from? So just think about it like a mirror, okay? And then you understand it better. Is that clear, Derry?
Yeah, yeah, I think yeah.
Oh, okay, so let's continue. Okay, this is just the beginning. We need to go in and I need to move it a little bit faster. So yeah, you can see that the BPSK is very simple, and another good thing about, because it's just 0 and 180. I just use a mirror to explain, and you can see it's super duper easy. And because of that, it's very, just 1 and 0, 1 and 0. You don't have many options, and that makes it very robust to noise. So it has a very high resistance to noise and interference, because it can easily detect, because they're just two faces, right? Even if there's a noise, you can tell that it has changed. Okay, no, it has not changed, and that is one thing about it. The BPSK also has what we call lower bit error rates. Okay, and because it is not as complex as the higher order modulation techniques like QPSK or QAM or others under the same signal to noise ratio. Okay, so that is what makes BPSK ideal for long distance communication, like Z-Wave long range for the IoT or Sigfox and stuff like that. That are actually using very long range, like LoRaWAN and the likes. They make use of BPSK because it's very, it can go longer distance. It is not susceptible to interference easily, and because of that, you can easily clean up and detect the carrier right away. Detect it, and because it is of low modulation, it consumes less power, so it is very power efficient. So we use it a lot in satellite communication, deep space communication, anything that is low bandwidth network. It's, you find it in the BPSK. Okay, let me clean up and go to the next slides. Uh, okay, so as okay, let's talk about the constellation diagram. Okay, this is one thing that I want you to relax. Okay, you're gonna get it. The constellation diagram is very very simple. It's not as complex as we always think it is. Okay, so rather than looking at the face and the changes over time, okay, I want you to look at it from a different perspective. So in constellation diagram, the face is represented by an angle, okay, and the amplitude is represented by a distance from the origin. Look at the origin here, okay. All right. Now, since PSK signal normally have a constant amplitude, if you notice from the graph, right? It has a constant amplitude. So all the points will lie on one circle. It's not going to go around. It's just going to stay there on one circle. So, for example, in BPSK, we have just 0 and 180, right? So that would kind of will be shown the same distance from the origin, but in opposite direction on the circle, right? And then transitions, between the states are shown as lines, right? Connecting the points. Do you get it? Can I get an acknowledgement? Yes or no? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Could you please take that again, please?
Okay. All right. Sure. No problem. So in sure. In BPS, we know that uh, the previous slides I told you about the mirror, and in the mirror, you're only focusing on the 0 and the 180 degrees, right? The origin is 90. Okay, we don't want to talk about the origin. We don't want to talk about the origin for now. It's going to distract us. That's why I don't want to talk about it in the previous slides. I deliberately ignored Darren. Yeah, I didn't want to confuse you. Okay, so think about the zeros and the 180s. That are the bits of the BPSK. So in the constellation diagram, what matters most is the direction that it is going, because the amplitude is constant. So because the amplitude is constant, we don't need to concern ourselves about the distance anymore. Okay, 'Cause, amplitude represents distance, and since the amplitude is always constant, then we only need to focus on the angles, right? And the angles are what we want to use. The angles determines the points on the constellation diagram. So angle 0 and angle 180. All what you just need to do is to connect the lines, right? Because they're going to have the same amplitude, so they're going to have the same distance. Either you're going from 0 to 180, or you're going from 180 to 0. It's the same distance, the same amplitude. Is it clear? Not really.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, awesome. Yeah, that feels better. Okay, so let's look at um, uh, QAM. Let's look at QPSK. QPSK is a little bit different in the sense that uh, at least it's like the other form of digital modulation that we've spoken about, the PPSK and BPSK and the likes. The only difference between BPSK and QPSK is that in QPSK we have sometimes we call it 4PSK. We have a separation, and that is the 90 degrees. We have the fourth state. So we have four states. We have the 0, the 90 degrees, 180, and then the 270, right? So those are the four phases that are involved. So the four states means that each symbol represents 2 bits. So our bit rate is twice the symbol rate. Now, if you look at the mapping of the phase states above that I have on the slide, you will see that there are no reasons why we couldn't have a specific mapping of the states to bits. The only requirement is that the transmitter and the receiver both agree that this is what the bit represents. I can as well take the 10 here and bring it down here and say that this is 10, or I can take 0, 1 up here and say this is 0, 1. There's no restriction. All that matters is for the transmitter and the receiver to agree that this is where my 10 is and this is where the 0, 1 is. Okay? So basically, what I'm saying is that, like the BPSK, QPSK is used for the same kind of communication, the same satellite communication, and it's just exactly the same thing. The only extra is that we have added both the amplitude and the phase. Initially, we did not add the amplitude in the BPSK. Okay, so but in UPSK, you have added the amplitude and the phase. So the amplitude is not the same anymore, unlike the BPSK. So anytime there's a change in the amplitude, then we represent it as the extra bit, right? And that's why we have two. we know the 0 and 1 already. Now we are having the amplitude added to it. So sorry, we now you know the 0 and 180 degrees. We're adding the 90 and 8070. You know the 0 and 1 for the BPSK before. Now we're adding extra bits to include the amplitudes. Is that clear? Awesome. Great. Okay. Okay. So let's go to the next one. The QAM. QAM is a more interesting part. I love QAM because QAM makes life even more interesting, more I don't know. I don't know how you see it, but I think QAM is a nicer way of representing signal. It's of course widely used in the communications technology, and it's similar to the QPSK because it uses both the phase modulation and the amplitude modulation to transmit multiple bits per symbol this time around, and it significantly increases the data rates. You see, in QAM, which is the core technology that we for modulation that we use in Wi-Fi and LTE and other digital communications, what we get is the efficiency and the ability to achieve higher data rates within the limited bandwidths. Let's look at it. So instead of just encoding with a single bit per wave, we use multiple bits and we control the amplitude and the phase at the same time. So in QAM, the input signal is grouped into symbols. And then we have the same, we have what we call the modulator, and which combines the input signals into RF signals. I want to talk a lot about it. Let's have a deeper understanding of how QAM works. Okay, so unlike PPSK, that we only focus mostly on the amplitude and the phase. There are three components that we focus more on for the QAM. We look at the amplitude, the frequency, and then the phase. And each of these properties can be adjusted in a very straightforward way just to get our ones and zeros. The amplitude represents 1 and 0. Okay, that is you're turning the signal on or the signal is off. The frequency, we use different frequencies to represent 1 and zeros. We can just switch them as needed. The phase as well, we move it as we want. In QAM, we make very good use of the two properties that you have mentioned before, the amplitude and the phase. We combine them together to make our decision. And that allows us to encode multiple bits into a single symbol. Let me take you a little bit into what I'm saying. Okay. So there's what called input data and symbol. So what happens is that we are in the beginning of the transmission, there's what called digital data, the binary ones and zeros, and is divided into symbols. And each symbol represents a unique combination of bits. For example, in 60 QAM, we have like 4 bits, like 00000 and the 1111. So I just want you to know what the symbol is. Okay. Now I need to talk about the RF carrier. In RF carrier is the high frequency wave that acts as a carrier for the data. Now, it kind of brings the QAM modulator to encode the signal, the symbol, using changes in the amplitude and the phase. We've spoken about that in BPSK, right? So you can relate it to what I'm saying now. So every change we see in the amplitude and the phase this is where we kind of identify them. Now, the new thing that I want us to look at is the I and Q channel. The data stream is split into two branches. So the same signal that is coming in when it gets in, when it gets into the signal, into the modulator branch, it splits into two. One goes into the I phase, and then the other one goes into the Q phase, right? So the I signal represents the amplitude in one direction, while the Q signal represents the amplitude in another direction. So think of it like it's shifted by one, like 90 degrees from the I. So the Q is 90 degrees off the I. So you have two different directions. The same amplitude. Remember, the signal that is coming in is the same amplitude. The same signal that is coming, but we just split the branch. We want to see it more in details. The I in the face and then the Q. Okay? So you have the two of them, right? So the two branches that carry the same frequency, but different phases. Same frequency, remember? Same frequency, but the phases are different. Now that allows the branch to independently control the signal amplitudes. Now, so what we need to do next is uh, combine I and Q. The I and Q are combined to create the final modulation signal. So when they come here and there's the I here and the Q here, they will not get combined together with each unique combination of the phase and the amplitudes corresponding to the unique symbols. Now, the combination allows for what we have the multiple bits to transmit at once. So, at each change in the amplitude phase, amplitude and phase, we have a representation of different bits. Because what we did is we kind of blow the signal out to identify the I and Q to know which one is out of phase and which one is in phase. And then, okay, now we know that. Okay, we can combine it back. So, and then represent it in multiple uh, bits sets. So, essentially, what QAMS does is that it takes the signal and use like imaginary microscope to look at it and split it out. Look at the details of it. Okay, there's this one is 90 degrees out of phase from this one. Okay, I'm going to mark this way. I'm going to mark this way. Combine it back and then say, okay, this particular signal is 000 1111 0011. Does that make sense? Okay, okay. So let's look at the constellation diagrams and then talk about how it looks like. Yeah. Modulation depth is something that uh, QAM brought into communication. So the number of bits per symbol determines the QAM depth. So the QAM depth is something like 15 QAM, 64 QAM, or 56 QAM. We have like even you have 40 QAM. I was explaining to you earlier when we were talking about the 802.11ax and the 4K QAM that comes with it. So we have different, depth in QAMs. And the depth means that you have 16, if you for instance, in 16 QAMs, it means you have 16 distinct symbols. So in 64 QAMs, it means you have 64 distinct symbols. So that means that in 16, for instance, when you use a microscope to look at it, that means that you are seeing 4 different bits coming in, and then you split each one of them into I and Q, I and Q, I and Q, I and Q. Do you get it? So there are four stems that are coming in. Each of the four is split them to I and Q, I and Q, I and Q, I and Q. And that is what gives you your 16. Okay? So for 64 QAM, you do the same thing. So think about it this way. 2 raised to the power 4 will give you 16, right? So if you do 2 raised to the power 6, will give you 64. So 64 QAM means that you have 6 strings, 6 bits coming in, and then you're splitting them into I and Q, I and Q, I and Q. So think about 256 QAM, of course. What do you get? That means you have 8 bits. The same way, if you think about the 4K QAM, and all sorts, that's how they all get into it. So don't let it look too complex. Just think about it about, okay, these are bits, okay, they are being split into I and Q, I and Q, I and Q. So 16 QAM means it's just 4 bits. 0000, 00001111. Okay, if it is 64 QAM, then you have 0000011. Sorry, 00000011111. You understand? So and then 56 QAM, all sorts, and that's how they all like. Same thing. When you look at the constellation diagrams, those are the things that you're going to be getting. The constellation diagrams are kind of, showing the amplitude and the phase and all sorts. I have a spreadsheet that I made these constellation diagrams. Let me show you. Uh, okay. So this is the constellation diagrams. Okay. You can also make it. I have it here in the shared drive that I have with you guys. So this is how the constellation diagrams look like. So for the QAM, if you look at it, this is your 16 QAM, right? If you look at the 16 QAM, so you have different angles, right? Different angles and the phase and amplitude. So you have the Q and then the I component. So this is what 4 bits each, right? You can see 4. So you can say this is 0111 or 0010. Do you get it? The same thing applies when you look at the 64 QAM. So these are the IQ. So I just split the I and the Q. Yeah, I shared this so you can just do the same thing if you want to do for 4K QAM, 56 QAM, and the likes. So this is how it looks like. So this is a 64 QAM, as you can see, right? And you can have it more and more and more. So here, if you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. Sorry, up to here on this, and that's how we have it here as well. And then we keep changing it. So you can have it in different ways on on very very depending on how you want to represent it. You can call this your 1 1 or 00 or whatever. Just make sure that you just keep to your nomenclature. So far, so good. Share the tab. Okay, okay. Any questions so far? Can I proceed? It's beginning to be deep, right? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Okay, so let's talk about the spread spectrum. Any question on the modulation techniques before I go to spread spectrum? Are we good? Okay, I assume that we're good. Yeah, thank you for the confirmation. Okay, let's talk about spread spectrum. So in spectrum, I was explaining to you earlier that they are like the foundation to modern RF communications. So especially in the applications like cellular networks, your satellite networks, or even Wi-Fi, because these technologies are kind of designed to increase the reliability and the efficiency of wireless data transmission by distributing signal across a broader frequency than is required for the data alone. So by spreading the signal, space spectrum provides a greater resilience to interference, right? Improving the uh, the security and also enhancing the bandwidth utilization. So, what exactly is space spectrum? What exactly is space spectrum? It's a modulation technique that distributes a signal across a wider frequency band, okay, rather than the minimum bandwidth required, right? So, unlike the narrow band transmission that transmits in the confined signal to a specific frequency, spread spectrum spread, like I said, spread the signal over a range of frequency. So, what happens is that it makes the signal more resistant to noise, interference, and eavesdropping, and also enhances signal reliability and range in different challenging environments. Look at it from this perspective. If you spread a signal and then there is a noise in particular direction, the rest will still make it. It's just a particular side that is being interfered with. Unlike if you confine in a particular narrow signal, right? Narrow frequency, and it's being jammed. Everything is blocked. So the goal of spectrum technology is to make transmission interference resistant. That is, they are less affected by narrow band interference. To improve the security. That that is, the signal is kind of Wi-Fi is unlicensed, so because it's moving across wide frequency range, it's very hard to have like unintended receiver to detect or decode it. So it kind of protects the transmission. It also increases the bandwidth efficiency because the same frequency range from is being used by multiple users, and of course, this spread spectrum supports high density wireless networks. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of resistant to intention or unintentional jamming because it is spread, so it's difficult to have a narrow jammer to block it. There are different types of space spectrum technology. We have the FHSS, that is the frequency open spread spectrum. You have the DSSS, I mentioned that earlier, and we have the OFDM, the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. Now, each method spread each method spreads the signal in a unique way. They're not spreading it the same way. For instance, the frequency hopping works by rapidly switching the carrier frequency. So it doesn't stick to a particular frequency, it goes across multiple channels in a predetermined sequence. So both the transmitter and the receiver agreed on the hopping pattern, and then they synchronize the sequence of frequency changes as it's moving all around. That is one distinct uh, uh, characteristics of FHSS. So instead of transmitting on a single frequency, the signal hops between frequencies many times, right? And does that per second according to the hopping sequence that has been agreed between the transmitter and the receiver. Now, since the signal only occupies a given frequency for a short time, it is less susceptible for any frequency source as a jammer or interference, right? Because it will stay. Before you say you want to block it or jam it, it's already on another frequency. So you have to keep on following it for you to be able to jam it. And it keeps moving around. So it's the hopping pattern is agreed upon between the transmitter and the receiver. So as a jammer, if you want to jam it, you need to understand the hopping pattern, which is not easy to do, right? Same way, because of the hopping pattern, only the intended receiver and the synchronized transmitter can actually interpret the signal. So it makes it very, very secured, and unauthorized listener would definitely struggle to capture the entire message. Even if they get a particular one in a particular uh, frequency, they can't get the rest because it has moved and jumped to another way frequency. And this what do you call it? FHSS is commonly found in Bluetooth. You know, the Bluetooth ups around between 79 frequencies on 2.4, and of course the legacy Wi-Fi. We have the Wi-Fi protocol um, 11B that use the FHSS too. Okay, let's talk about the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. The Did I talk about DCSS? No, no. Okay, so DCSS is another spread spectrum modulation type as well. So what it does is that it's spread by directly modulating the figure with what we call a pseudo-random noise, PN codes. Okay, sometimes we call it a chipping code. So each bit of data is represented by multiple chips. Okay, thus creating a wider bandwidth and distributing the energy of the signal across the frequency spectrum. So the chipping codes, or let me put it this way, in a simpler form, the zeros and ones are combined with the data signal, spreading it over a broader frequency range. DSSS provides a much broader bandwidth than the original data stream. So making the signal more resistant to interference and noise. So keep spreading it. It's not just the data because you modulated something on top. The keeping code is modulated on top and makes it even more kind of uh, broader in the bandwidth. The signal recovery is another interesting component of uh, of DCSS because even if part of the signals are lost to interference, the receiver can reconstruct the data based on the remaining chip due to the redundancy introduced by the spectrum spreading process. So you get a data, but it's partially corrupted but because it's using a particular chipping code, you can actually predict what is missing or corrupted as to make use of it. And that is one unique benefit of DSSS. It's used mostly for GPS, because that is why GPS information are very, very reliable, because they use DSSS. Okay, and also is used in 802.11b for the Wi-Fi on 2.4 gigahertz. Okay, orthogonal frequency division multiplexing. This is another concept that we need to kind of pay attention to as well, because it divides signal into multiple subcarriers uh, than uh, that are not overlapping. That is the key in OFDM. It tries to avoid overlapping. So the frequencies are not overlapping. So each subcarrier transmits a small part of the data at a lower rate, allowing the data to be sent in parallel across multiple channels. So we have what we call subcarrier division. So the available bandwidth is divided into many subcarriers, that each carrying a portion of the data. So kind of get the data and split it into smaller chunks. And that is how each carrier, the subcarriers, kind of are placed in something a more or less a pattern of orthogonal. And that is where the meaning of the orthogonal frequency division multiplexing comes from. So it's very difficult to interfere it, because it has its scattered kind of around in smaller chunks. And because of that, OFDM achieves very high rates, and it kind of resists multi-part interference, because you take the signal to different parts to get to the receiver. We have it a lot in 4G, LTE, 5G networks, and it's also the bedrock at which 6G is being developed upon. You find it a lot in Wi-Fi as well, in 11, it is at 11A, B, sorry, G, N, AAC, and AX. Even in 11B, ABE, that is Wi-Fi 7, you still find OFDM on it. Okay, there is another one which I want to talk about. It's called OFDMA. OFDMA, that is orthogonal frequency division multiple access, is a multi-user version of OFDM. You remember when I was explaining to you about MIMO, and then I now mentioned about MU-MIMO. So think about OFDMA as OFDM, but with multiple users. As I mentioned earlier, OFDM divides the channel into many small subcarriers. OFDMA takes this a little bit step further. Now, what it does is that it allocates groups of subcarriers to individual users. So look at my diagram below here. You will see that there are different clients: client 1, client 2, client 3, client 4, client 5, client 6. So it's not just give every transmission to one client at a time. It actually groups the subcarriers and then put individual user into different subcarriers. And this is what enables the network to be able to handle multiple users simultaneously on the same channel, instead of using each user waiting for each channel to be free. You get it now. So it improves latency. Back to your question, right? it improved latency because latency, remember I told you earlier, was like it could be one-way traffic, OWD, or round trip, right? RTT. You can measure it from those perspectives. So imagine if you have to wait because um, you don't have multiple access, right? So you have to wait for a particular transmission to finish before you go in, for the second one can transmit. Imagine if you're in a stadium, if you're in a stadium and you have a lot of people, or you're in a hall like MKO, and a lot of people are inside the field, and everybody's transmitting. You have to wait for each other. So then the delay period is going to increase. The latency is going to keep on increasing, right? And but in OFDMA, you can actually combine multiple users into subcarriers and multiplex it together and still send the same signal. So you don't have to wait. And that is what improves the latency in OFDMA, unlike in the traditional OFDM, right? So the available bandwidth is divided into smaller units called RU, resource units. Okay, RU is called the resource units, which are like a collection of subcarriers. What happens is that the access point can now assign different RUs to different users within the same transmission frame. That way, it can allow multiple users to transmit and receive data simultaneously without having to wait. For instance, look at it from this perspective. Let's say you have a 20 megahertz channel that has been divided into 9 RUs. So what happens is that each RU cannot serve a different user at a time. That means that rather than sequential servicing devices one by one sequentially, you can actually serve all the 9 in parallel. Look at that. Look at what improvement that is going to make. Imagine having to wait in the queue for for the remaining 8 people to transmit before you can transmit, and you transmitting at the same time and receiving data at the same time along all the 9 at the same time. So you can imagine that is what OFDMA does. That is the improvement and efficiency that you get from OFDMA above OFDM. Right? Is that clear? Any questions so far? Okay, I'm going to throw it to you. So let's have a discussion. So why is QAM modulation used in higher frequency and in high speed Wi-Fi standards? Um, what do you think? Come on, guys. Go for it, Derek.
Like you can break it down um into zeros and ones in the quadrant, if I'm right.
Yes. So your BPSK, your
Yes,
QPSK, they're limited in the
yes,
sense that you're going to use maximum. The BPSK is only using your the change of phase is only using the phase, right? And the QPSK is just using just the phase and a little bit and amplitude, and that's it. It's done. Maximum you can get is 2 bits. But in QAM can make use of a lot of changes. So you have your I and Q, right?
yeah,
So you can have like 4 bits, six
yes,
bits, 8 bits, as much as you want. QAM can easily change it to I and Q, and that is what is being used for high speeds. So you can have a lot of bits being processed at the same time. And if you just switch the I and Q and combine it, and then it gets decoded easily. So that is why for ISP technologies, they use QAM and not QPSK or BPSK. Is that clear, guys? Okay. So how does no? Oh, God, it's Paul. No, no. We need to move everybody together. So BPSK. Remember, I mentioned when I used the mirror analogy to explain the zeros and the 180. So it can only process one only the phase changes, right? You cannot add extra bit to it. It's going to do just zeros and just a zero and a one, and that's it. It can't. So that means that the amount of bits that you can process, that you can use the BPSK to modulate at a time is limited. You can only use maximum zero and one at a time. But in QAM, depending on how much of data you want to encode, you can actually use 6 bits, you can have 8 bits, you can have 16 bits, you can have, so that's why we talk about 16 quam, 64 quam, 256 quam, you know, 40 quam, you can have a lot, a lot of 1024 quam, we have a lot of them like that you can actually use in QAM. So that means that you can have 4 bits being processed at a time, or you can have 6 bits being processed at a time, 8 bits, 10 bits, 12 bits being processed at the same time. Or like BPSK that you can only have just two, zero and one, and that's it. So if you want high speed means you can transfer a lot, modulate a lot of information at the same time, very fast. So you can imagine if you have to process just two at a time and you have thousands to process. So BPSK is going to take forever before you can transfer that data. But if you have like 1024 quam or 4K quam, you can process a huge chunk at a time and that transfer them, boom. And that is why for high speed transmission, you need a quam modulation. Did I clarify your doubts, Paul? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, let's talk about the OFDMA. How does OFDMA improve performance in crowded area? OFDMA is multiple access. Go for it, Toby.
Unlike Express or FDN, I think LFDME divide the available bandwidth into several resource units. So with
Yes,
that, you can start several clients at the same time.
absolutely. You're correct. Fantastic. Awesome. That is awesome. Good job, Toby. So the third one, awesome. What are the benefits of spread spectrum technologies like DSSS and OFDM?
I think
Come on,
a
guys.
major
Yeah, go for it.
a major advantage is they reduce interference now, time of noises, and also they reduce. They reduce latency, interference. They reduce noise and the latency, reduce latency also, and then the possibility of higher Z bandwidth now, higher speed networks. They make all those things possible.
Absolutely. That is fantastic. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Okay. You guys show that you're actually listening. This is good. This is good. That is good. That is impressive. Awesome. Okay, guys. We are going to another topic, which is the file layer and the mark layer protocol. So we are at the point of going for a 30 minutes. All right. Yeah, mostly familiar with this OSI layer. So I'm just going to give a quick recap about it. Um, Wireless communications lie on two critical layers in the OSI layer, the file layer and the mark layer. These layers define how data is transmitted over the air and how device coordinate to avoid interference. In Wi-Fi, the file layer handles the modulation and coding of the signals, while the mark layer governs how the device accesses the shared medium to ensure reliable communication. Okay. In wired, let me remember last year I told you there is no wireless without wired. So in wired, what happens with the file layer? The file layer has to do with your coaxial cable and stuff like that. Like this, your coaxial cable, the electrical part of it, how the signal is being transmitted through the cable. It's what we focus mostly on in the file layer on the wire. In wireless communication, we focus on the electrical parts of the wireless regarding phi as well. So, what are the things that are electrical part of the transmission? We talk about the the parameters like how the data is being transmitted, the RF waves, the channel widths, the modulation technique, right? The spatial strengths and the data rates. These I've spoken about earlier. So, sorry, I have to admit. Okay, yeah, for the five parameters, I mentioned about the channel width. We've been talking about the channel width for a while. I on 2.4 gigahertz, they are basically two channel width that have been used. 20 megahertz or 40 megahertz. You can go beyond that because 24 megahertz is kind of limited. They're only depending on the region. 11 channels are available, and the three non-overlapping channels are 1, 6, and 11. So you can extend to 14 in some regions, but irrespective of that, it is still 1, 6, 11 that are non-overlapping channels. So mostly the implementation is done on 20 megahertz. So if you have a 20 megahertz on one channel one, then you have another 20 megahertz on channel six, and then 20 megahertz on channel 11. So I'm just going to show you what I'm saying. So, so this is 24 megahertz, okay? Guys, my screen. So 24 megahertz, so you have channel 1, channel 6, and channel 11. So, and the channel width, it's 20 megahertz, thereabout, depending on the technology, it could be 22, but mostly it's 20 megahertz, right? And it ends at channel 11. Depending on the region you are, it goes all the way to channel 14. But mostly it's just channel 1 to 11 that we focus on. And the non-overlapping, when you say non-overlapping, that is a channel width of 20, and a channel width of 20, and a channel width of 20. You can see that they don't cross each other. If you try to do 40 megahertz, so this is 20, and then you get into here for your 40. So you obviously are encroaching into the 20 megahertz of 6 channel 6. So this is how we kind of do the calculation and channel planning for 2.4. Unlike 2.4 that is limited 5 gigahertz, I showed earlier that you can go up the way to 160 megahertz, right? So you could go that much, and 6 gigahertz you can actually go all the way to 320 megahertz for the 802.11be Wi-Fi 7 technology. MCS scheme. You probably also have heard about MCS scheme, okay? MCS scheme is another key 5 parameters. So what happens is MCS is a number, and it's a number of bits encoding each symbol. Let me show you uh, this website called MCS Index. Okay, yes, can you see my screen? Yep. Okay. So MCS Index, can you see? For instance, let's look at the IHT, the I throughput numbers from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can see that the 0 is BPSK. That is the least, modulation technique that you can use, and the coding is 1 over 2. You can see for a BPSK. But then what happens is that if you use a short, if you guide interval of 0.4 microsecond, you can see that the throughput is 7.2. But let's look at the 0.8 guide interval because it's 6.5. That's the maximum throughput that you can achieve. Imagine if you use QPSK. We spoke about the QPSK, right? So QPSK of coding of 1 over 2, you can get about 13, right? But let's look at the QAMs. The same QAM, if we use a 16 QAM, it's kind of multiple, it's a multiple of what you have before. It's a huge difference, right? 26 instead of BPSK that can only give you 6.5. But what's the difference in the two? You can process more bit rates, right? But yeah, you can only process very limited bit rates, and that's why you have a 6.5 as a throughput. So you have a lot more when you even say you want to use 64 QAM. And this is for a single special stream. Let's look at it if you are trying to make two special streams. Two special streams, and then BPSK you get 13. The same two special streams, 16 QAM will give you 52. That's like 4 times what BPSK would give you. You get a gist? And if you now go further to 64 QAM, 64 QAM is like 10 times what you're going to get from BPSK. You see, 130 as compared to 13. The same thing applies when you change the special strings from 2 to 3. If you do 0, like the BPSK, you get 90.5. But if you go to 7, right, or 17, think of 7, sorry, 23, yeah, this line, you see that you get 195. That's like times 10 of what BPSK is going to give you. You see that QAM does a lot more difference. And as you're increasing your technology, if you change it from HT, high throughput to very high throughput or efficiency. High efficiency stands for the AX, right? VT is your AC, HT is the 802.11n. So if you go that way, you will see that even if you have a 1K farm at least 1024, you see that it increases the throughput drastically. Look at it. So AX, and you have a 10 1024 QAM, look at it, the same signal that is being transmitted, you can actually have 143 megabits per second for the same 800 guard interval that BPSK is going to give you 6.5 for older technology. Can you see what modulation technique can actually do for you? You can squeeze in a lot of information and process it. However, it also means that you can only achieve this at close range. If you're too far away, then it will be difficult to distinguish between the symbols because the noise will inject into it, and if noise is in it, then it cannot distinguish between the actual data that's been transmitted and the noise flow. And that is why BPSK is always used for long distance communication. Okay, so let's talk about speaker string. I showed you what speaker string in that data above. So speaker string is a function of, think about it this way. For the MIMO technology, the multiple out technology, it allows device to use multiple antennas, and that way it's creating separate imaginary, separate spatial frames that transmit data simultaneously, because it is the same idea of multi-parts that you're talking about here. So it's creating the same signal but different parts, and that is why it is called MIMO. So in 802.11n, that is the HD, it supports up to 4 spatial strings maximum. 11AX, sorry, 11AC supports up to 8 spatial strings. AX also supports eight strings, but it includes MU MIMO, right? It includes multi-user. So it is not just 8 spatial strings like 11AC. It also includes multi-user MIMO, and it also kind of uses OFDM with RU resource units, and that's what makes AX even more interesting. So yeah, these are the information that you need to know for spatial sense. So that's all on Phi. Let's talk about the MAC layer. The MAC layer is in Wi-Fi, and it defines how devices gain access to the shared medium. You know, Wi-Fi is an unlicensed spectrum, so it's a shared medium. So it's not just um, dedicated for Wi-Fi. So other than Wi-Fi, other technologies make use of that same spectrum. And in order to ensure efficient and collision-free data transmission, we need to use the MAC layer protocol to ensure smooth transmission. Okay, in the OSI layer, the MAC layer is under the data link, that is the layer 2. And it is important to note that the IEEE standard specifies that the MAC layer protocol should govern access to the medium and to ensure compatibility and performance. I'll quickly blaze through what we call the concept of CSMA, CA, that is the carrier sense multiple access with collision. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it later, but just to introduce you to the concept, CSMA is the primary access method that which Wi-Fi uses to access the medium. So what happens is that the device listens to a free channel before you can transmit, just for you to avoid collision. Unlike other technologies, Wi-Fi is very respectful. It doesn't just interject or just talk or transmit. It waits and listens to be sure that the air is clear, the spectrum is clear. And if it's clear, if the channel is clear, then it transmits. If it's not clear, it's very cautious. It tries to avoid um, collision. So you have what called CCA, that is the clear channel assessment. I mentioned that earlier when I was uh, discussing the DFS to you to explain DFS. So what happens is that device perform a clear channel assessment to detect if the channel is clear. If it is, then the device transmits. If not, it waits. And it doesn't just wait, it waits for a random backup period. It's a random backup period. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the random backup period later, but please keep that in mind that there's something called random backup period. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, Wi-Fi is very cautious. It doesn't like to collide, so it avoids collision. So it doesn't like confrontation with other technologies. So unlike Ethernet, the cable one that has a CSMA CD, that is the collision detection that can detect collision. Wi-Fi hides as much as possible to prevent collision. It doesn't even wait for it to happen and detect. It prevents it from happening. And it uses what called ARC, that is acknowledgement for each transmitted frame. I mentioned that last week that whenever I, I transmit, I wait for a feedback, right? So whenever you send a signal on Wi-Fi, you wait for the feedback from the receiver, like, did you get my message? And the feedback can be like a thumbs up, thumbs down. If it is thumbs down, then I repeat myself. If it is thumbs up, then I know that I'm good, I can continue, right? That's the way Wi-Fi works as well. It waits for the receiver to acknowledge every data that has been transmitted. I wouldn't want to go about talk about the CMA CD because it's more of a wired thing. But please try to understand that there is collision detection and there is collision avoidance. There is also another concept called the DCF. DCF is distributed coordination function. It's the standard contention-based access method for Wi-Fi. Okay, so what happens is that device compete for access to the medium using a random backup mechanism, and that is based on some other factors called IFS, interframe space. The different types of interference space. I'm going to deep dive into it as well. But just for the introduction, that many types of diffs, but we're going to focus in more on SIF diff and IFs. The SIF means the short interference space, and it's used for high priority traffic such as acknowledgement or CTS. CTS is a clear to send. These are used for regular data frames. This is DCF interface space. We have FAIFS and the like as well. What is the function of it? So interframe space creates time gaps between transmission to prioritize certain type of traffic. So it is this concept that makes transmission in Wi-Fi to implement what to call collision avoidance, because with the inter space and the timing gap between transmissions, we can detect if there is an ongoing transmission or not. The Upon DCF, we have what are called EDCA. EDCA is enhanced distributed channel access. It's also part of 802 standard, but it is part of 802.11e standard, which introduces what we call quality of service, QoS. You must have heard about QoS before. So QoS does not only exist in wire, it exists even in wireless as well. So especially for Wi-Fi. What happens? What is the concept of QoS? It's prioritizing traffic by categorizing it into different access technology like voice, video, base effort, background, etc. You can imagine if you're trying to make a call, right? And someone is trying to send an email and someone is trying to upload a file, and you're all using the same access points. If you're making a call and the access point decide like I'm going to attend to, okay, let's say Paul is making a call, Toby sent an email, and Darius, Jamila is sending, is uploading the file. If the access point says, okay, I'm going to send all the traffic at the same time, or I will send the traffic sequentially. I will start with Paul first. Paul, make your audio call. I'm giving you 10 microseconds, and I'm going to go to Toby. After 10 microseconds, it goes to Toby. Toby does the email, and after 10 microseconds, it goes to Damilari, and then he did its uploads. It's still ongoing, then it pulls Damilari and says, okay, to Paul, can you continue your call? And then like microseconds pause, go to Toby. Yeah, go. Do you imagine what is going to happen to the other person at the other side, at the receiving end? Every 10 microseconds, Paul's voice call have been kind of interrupted. You have to like, hello, hello, what did you say? Hello, can you come again? And then it's reconnecting, and then connect back. So it is not just 10 microseconds if it is just only it is 10 microseconds if it's just only Toby. But imagine adding it granularity, that means like 20 microseconds. Imagine if you have more people and there's a lot of waiting periods. And that is what causes latency, right? Because there's a lot of delay that you're waiting for. Do you get it? But then, in order to resolve that, we use what we call QoS. QoS would identify the traffic and categorize it. So voice calls are time sensitive traffic. Email is not time sensitive traffic. I can send it anytime I want, as long as it gets delivered right to the other end. So what this point does is that it takes the pulse traffic and prioritizes it, ignores the rest, and then gives you access to the medium to transmit. It kind of keeps everybody's information to be and Damlaris. It's kind of more or less like save it in a cache, wait for pulse call to end, or give room for access to the medium, and then send the other traffic either at best effort or at background. That is what QoS is all about, and that is how we solve latency issues. But that doesn't solve the entire latency issue. We'll still talk more about it. But are we good for now? Do you understand what I'm saying? Awesome. Okay, great. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so there's also another concept that I need to let you know. It's called airtime fairness. Airtime fairness improves network efficiency by ensuring that each device gets a fair access to the channel. You can't just bully the rest of them, everybody. You need to give everybody fair access. You just say, I'm going to make use of the spectrum at this time. Everybody back off. I'm the only one I'm going to make use of it. No. Like I said, in Wi-Fi, we respect everybody. We give regard to everybody. And so every device must respect that. So the essence of airtime fairness is that it's useful in network with mixed devices, especially with older and newer technology, as it prevents other devices from slowing down the entire network by hogging the airwaves. So imagine you have an old device with 82.11b and it's sending traffic at BPSK rates. It's going to take forever to send that traffic as compared to a device that is uh, smart enough to use QAM, like 16 QAM or 64 QAM, and wants to send traffic. And that is waiting forever because there's a device that is 82.11b and is chewing up the airtime and you have to wait. Airtime fairness looks at everybody like, oh yeah, let's look at it from the perspective like we've been talking for a while. Let's give this guy access as well. I'm going to give this device access. I'm going to give this device access. So it uses that concept to provide adequate and efficient network utilization for every device. So it looks like, oh, what's the technology that this device supports? Oh, it has a big file, but it supports 64 core modulation. Go for it quickly. Okay, and then it sends all the traffic, and then it's like, okay, you done right. I have an 11B device that is going to take forever to transfer this data. Can you just chill for a while and then give access to that? So it does that by dividing available airtime equally, and newer devices can maintain high data rates without being slowed down by legacy devices operating at the lower speeds. You understand? That's the essence of airtime fairness. Okay, one more thing and I'm going to introduce, and then we'll talk about it later. There's what called NAV, NAV, Network Allocation Vector. Okay, Network Allocation Vector is a virtual carrier sense mechanism. When a device begins transmitting, it sets what called a DAV timer, indicating how long it expects the channel to be busy. Okay, I'm about to send a traffic. This is how long this channel is going to be busy for. That's a nav timer. Okay. Now, other devices on the network defer their transmission for that nav period. So that way, it minimizes the risk of collision. So what happens is that, let's say, Barbarian is transmitting, and it says, "I'm going to use this um, um, period of time of 30 seconds to transmit my data." Toby and Emmanuel held that 30 seconds stint, even though they have data to transmit, they're going to back off. They're not going to eavesdrop or try to check if there's transmission going on or not. They know that there's a transmission going on and it says it's going to finish in 30 minutes time. I can just go use the washroom or I can just go get a cup of coffee and then I'll come back in 30 seconds time. Do you get the concept? That way, you give that device transmitting to make use of the channel uh, at that time. Okay, that's the concept of nav. So the duration of that transfer, it's very important because it lets others kind of to know to avoid transmitting on that same channel at that time, and that's the essence of nav. Nav is very useful um, in Wi-Fi generally, especially in high density environments. I'm going to go a little bit deeper to explain that, but let's understand the DCF a little bit more and understand the backup process. As I mentioned earlier, DCF, IFs, if currencies mechanism, and NAV, they all work together to avoid interference, minimize collision, and ensure fair access to the channel. I'm just repeating everything. I need you to get it. So I'm going to say this over and over and over again in different way. Okay. DCF is very fundamental to back access in Wi-Fi. So it is contention-based protocol where the device compete for access to share the wireless medium. So Remember, I said wireless Wi-Fi especially is a shared medium, it's an unlicensed medium spectrum. So multiple devices can attempt to use the same channel at any time. What TCF does is that it uses collision avoidance to reduce the chance of multiple devices transmitting simultaneously. I mentioned earlier that TCF used what called CCA, that is Clear Channel Assessment. Clear Channel Assessment is where the station wants to transmit data first. It does is it checks the channel, is it free or not? Okay, it's like say I want to watch TV. You're in the house with a lot of people in the house. Everybody wants to watch different shows. Someone to watch uh, Netflix, someone to watch Prime, someone wants to watch Disney Plus, someone wants to watch Yoruba TV, all sorts. And I check, is the TV available? Is somebody watching TV? Right? That is quick channel assessment. You check, oh, somebody is watching TV. Okay, I'm going to chill for a while. Okay, I back off. And I come back again. So you set a back off timer. Okay? It is not the transmitter that set the back off timer. It is you that is waiting, that is setting the back off timer. Like, okay, I'll back off. I'll come back later and check if somebody is watching the TV again. And then you come back. The back off timer is a random delay and it's counted in the time slots. So each station will choose a random time slot to avoid all stations attempting to transmit at the same time after the channel is clear. So let's say Emmanuel, Damilare, and Babarile are all trying to wait for Paul to finish making his show. You all have to pick a random backup timer. You cannot pick the same. So everybody comes once in a while to now check if Paul is done with the show he's watching on Netflix or not. So when your backup timer expires, then you can transmit. That means then you can go and check and transmit or check the show to Prime. Now, what happened is that the receiving station sends an acknowledgement after a successful transmission to confirm receipts. So you have to send the TV will now show, okay, yes, I'm watching Disney Plus. It has acknowledged that it is no longer showing Netflix, right? That is the acknowledgement. The acknowledgement has to be done that yes, it has switched and has received your transmission that came to Disney Plus. Collision avoidance is very important because if collision is detected, that's the end. All the stations they will just double it the back of window. And that is a concept called binary exponential back off. You just double the back off because I try to send stay the TV to Disney Plus. I didn't know that Paul is still watching Netflix. So you have interrupted Paul's Netflix. Paul will still continue to use the TV, but you also have to stay even longer because you interrupted Paul's transmission. So Paul was like, I was on 45 minutes and then you interrupted it. I have to go back to minute 45. I missed 2 or 3 minutes because you interrupted. So what you have done is that you even cause more delay for yourself, and that is what leads to a lot of latency in uh, the highly dense environments. Let's look at how interframe spacing actually helps in this uh, concept. Um, Before I go into frame spacing, are we all together? Do we still get what I'm saying so far? Have a quick check. Are we all good? Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So interframe spacing, it's another critical part of timing structure in Wi-Fi network. We use that in determining the amount of waiting time between frames. So frames are sent not uh, in just a single transmission. When you're sending your data, you don't send it in a single transmission, send it in frames. So if a particular frame, the next frame, the next frame, the next frame. So the, this wait time creates priority levels. Okay, we have different types of traffic. As I mentioned earlier, we have uh, sensitive traffic like high priority frames, like acknowledgement, like let send data fragments. Acknowledgement is very important. If you don't get an acknowledgement back, then you have to keep transmitting the same data. So you want to acknowledge, you want to prioritize acknowledgement to be instant. Like anytime you send the traffic, you should get an acknowledgement right away. The same thing with clear to send. What is clear to send? Clear to send is you check the clear channel assessment, and then the AP will send to tell me, okay, I have received all the information I need from everybody. Paul, you're clear to send. Now send now. It's way more or less like see it as a traffic warning. The access point is like a traffic warning, and it says, now it's your turn. Come in. That is clear to send. Like, stop. You cannot send anymore. Right? And they say, it's not your turn. Turn. Come, 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 come. Stop. And they say, okay, this lane, come, come, come. Okay, stop. That is clear to send. So access point does that in coordinating and giving everybody enough access to the medium to send. So send, clear to send and acknowledgement, they're very, very important in transmission. Acknowledgement is a way to say, yes, you sent me data A, B, C, D. Okay. I acknowledge that I got data A, B, C, D. Okay. But that acknowledgement can be from the assessment point of view or from the station point of view. If the access point is sending data to a client, okay, the the client will acknowledge I receive all your data, that is the station, your mobile phone or whatever. I receive all the information. But clear to send is a different concept. It's only coming from the access point. Like you're clear to send your traffic now, send it. Let's say there's data fragments as well. If you have data fragments, uh, and you send A, B, C, D, G, F, you missed E. Then all those data fragments, you need to send them all together. So the missing data components are sent immediately. If not, you can imagine if I'm talking on a WhatsApp call and I said, my name is today, I am tomorrow, Samson, I'm coming today. I messed up so many things, right? Because the frames were not going in sequentially, right? So I need to access point need to get the station needs to get the data fragments that are missing and put them back in the right order right away. And that is why these kind of frames are of higher priority frames. So you need to get them right on time. You don't have to wait for other transmission. Just hey, these things are missing. I need to get them back and then stitch it back and make them smooth for the other receiver to decode the transmission correctly. So, example is let's say a receiving station waiting only for the safe period before sending an acknowledgement, and that is a way a short interframe space actually work. I think I saw somebody raising up their hand. Okay, maybe that's a mistake. The second one is called diff. Diff is DCF interframe space. It's the standard spacing for regular data transmission under DCF. So when the switcher sends channel, sensing that the channel is clear after a diff period, then it begins the back of process. So look at it here. Uh, so if you look at it here, so you should see it. Okay, so very short. You need to make sure that it's sent. If it says the station is busy, the moment the station is done busy, you need to do what? You can set the sleeve like acknowledgement. But between a station being busy and done, okay, when it is done, that is now free, you look at that space is what you use diff for. Okay, I need to start a backup timer right away. This station is will be here. Okay, from this point onwards, set a backup timer, and then there is a backup slot that is being filled. Okay, and that is what a diff does. So, for instance, when multiple devices, when you want to kind of send the data, they all wait for diffs. So they all pick their own diffs and initiate a backup countdown. Arbitration interframe space AIFS is also used in EDCA and it's used mostly for QS. We use it to improve the QS. So what happens is that uh, it varies the type of data. So look at the data. Is it a video? Is it a voice traffic? Or whatever. What happens is that video and voice traffic they get shorter is to prioritize the real-time communication over non-time sensitive frames. So you use AES. I want to show you that in the packet capture later. There is also EIFS, but we're going to be talking about that later. It's used when the frame error is detected, so use that to kind of help to immediately fix um, solution issues. Okay. Any questions so far before I talk about types of carrier cells? So, what's the question, Damilare?
Um, I want to ask. I'd like to ask. You said access point can do QS and it can allocate time and it can if should I say users or devices senses that there's going to be a collision, it can there's going to be a backup timer. So please, in how many seconds does an access point do this? Is it microseconds, milliseconds? Because I know we use Wi-Fi in my workplace, and I know a lot of us who are on the Wi-Fi, and I know that there is a lot of traffic happening on the Wi-Fi to the wider space. So I just want to know, let me say, in how many seconds the time it takes to allocate to to the time it gives users or devices for QS.
Okay, that's a very good question. Okay, all these things I'm talking about, they are not like done in minutes or hours. The access points they are equipped with very um, smart sock. I don't know if you know what the sock is. A system of chip on chip, so like a CPU kind of thing. So they have a very good processing power. So they can process all this and make decisions in microseconds. Okay. So they make all these decisions very, very fast that you probably may not even notice that anything actually happened. So they take in a lot of information. I mean, I'm going to show you the packet capture, I'll show you duration and stuff like that today. Don't worry. I know where you're going, but I'll show you the packet capture to explain to you the duration, how they affect each other. Just hold on that thought, okay? When we get there, I'll show you, and then you can ask that question again. Okay? I just don't want to distract the class for now on that intricacies. Okay? Awesome. So we have carrier cells, and we have different types of carrier cells. I mentioned earlier we have the physical carrier cells and we have the virtual carrier cells. The virtual carrier cells is the nerve. Okay? The physical carrier sense is to sense the RF energy, right? And sensing the RF energy, it's very, very important because you're dealing directly by listening to the the channel. Is there transmission? That is the physical carrier sense. Because if energy is detected above a certain threshold, then the channel is considered as being busy. Last week, I showed you a transmission with a very weak signal strength, very close to the noise floor, right? But even though it is on the same channel, if you look at the lab exercise I gave you, channel 6 was very, very busy. But despite the fact that channel 6 was busy, right? Despite the fact that channel 6 was busy, you can see that most of the transmission are not uh, very strong. They're very close to the noise floor. So the access points and the station, we ignore them as being busy for the physical carrier sensing because they are not above the thresholds to uh, to to sense for transmission and call it be busy. Okay, it's very important. The second part of the carrier sense is the virtual one, is the nav. Nav is very important. Okay, teachers sell the nav value each time and they put it in every frame header. I want to show you how to identify the nav. And this is how they indicate how long it's going to take them to use the channel. Always remember that. Remember the two different types of carrier sense, the physical and the virtual. So imagine you are in a busy cafe with multiple devices, okay, to connect to the Wi-Fi. Just imagine what is going to happen without a nav. This is going to be there's going to be chaos, right? So nav is very critical in Wi-Fi because it enables that efficient medium access control and minimizes collision in the environment. It is a very crucial part of the carrier sense multiple access with collision detection, collision avoidance protocol that operates on the MAC layer. Let's talk about why it is very necessary to have nav. If in a wireless network and we have multiple stations, of course, you know they share the same medium, right? The same R spectrum, unlike wired network that everybody has dedicated channel, even the switch and stuff like that. Wireless devices they must all compete for the same shared medium. To avoid that collision and ensure fair access, Wi-Fi uses the physical carrier sense and the virtual carrier sense. The virtual carrier sense is the nerve. Okay, I've explained what the physical carrier sense is. The nerve is a very important part. What it does is that uh, it, It informs devices about the expected duration of ongoing transmission. Paul is saying, I have a movie to watch. The movie is 30 minutes. Guys, stay away. I need to use the TV for 30 minutes. This is just hypothetical. It's faster than that. Okay. Okay. So what happens is that when you guys all detect that Paul has started watching this movie, you set your own nav timer based on the duration specified by Paul. That duration is specified in what we call the duration ID field of the transistor frame. So you go to the transistor frame and check the duration ID field. I'll show you the back capture. Just hold on. Then in that frame, you will see the duration of the nav. So based on that nav, you are all going to make use of it to calculate your own. So this everybody will now maintain that nav timer. Okay. So when a frame with a non-duration ID is detected, stations update the nav timer with that specified duration right away. So you also update your nav timer all the time. So nav timer is always running. Okay. When the nav timer is running, the station consider the medium busy and they remain silent and refrain from attempting to transmit. It's Paul's turn. He needs to finish watching the show on the Netflix. When he's done, exactly the moment it finishes, all of you waiting, you all know that it's done. And that is how that works. Is that clear? Awesome. Awesome. Okay. So, bottom line, what I'm saying is that NAV supplements the physical sensing, so the detection of that signal energy itself. It's not, NAV is not the detection, it supplements the detection of signal energy. And it does that by providing a logical indication of a medium activity, right? Collision avoidance is preventing multiple stations from transmitting simultaneously. Okay? And NAV helps in reducing that likelihood. Similarly, NAV is updated whenever you send RTS, that is request to send, and clear to send files. Okay? So we update it like, oh, someone is about to send, someone is about to is clear to send. So all those information are kind of updated to ensure that you have enough um, duration to back off and to refrain from transmitting. Let me explain. So when a station sends a request to send frame, it includes in it a duration value. Okay. And that duration specifies the time needed for the data frame, the clear to send, and the acknowledgement exchange to be completed. So the receiving station will reply with a clear to send frame that contains the same duration value. So that yes, we are maintaining it. We need to keep it because we cannot go beyond this range. Other people are waiting in the queue. Okay, so but then it is extent because other stations need to update their own nav timer to the total duration value. Make sure that everything is summed up together and ensure that the medium remains free for station A and B to complete that transmission. That's what RTS and CTS is all about. Now, in fragmentation, fragmented transmission is also dependent on nav. What happens is that nav is calculated to cover the transmission of all the fragments. and the acknowledgements all together. Like these are fragments. Let's stay away. Let them all go through. But they all have enough. You need to give them enough time to just get through it. Remember, nav is not energy detection. It's just a logical way to respect that someone is transmitting and give them time. Like give them space to do whatever they want to do. And that's what nav is all about. There is a concept called hidden nodes. Hidden node happens when two devices can see the access points, but they cannot see each other. So they're close enough to see the access points, but there are two different ends. So they're too far away to detect each other. Okay, that is the concept of hidden nodes. NAV actually helps to mitigate hidden nodes problem by ensuring that stations that are unaware of each other because of the distance can differ based on the duration in the value in the wireframes. So when they see the value, the duration value in the access point frame, they know that, oh, somebody is actually transmitting, but I cannot hear what the person is saying. Anyway, I just let the person transmit. As compared to if that information is not in that information, the duration value is not in the frame. You will just transmit and jam the other one, and then there's a problem. Collision detected, and then they all double up their back of algorithm, and then keep waiting and waiting and waiting. You understand? So those are the advantages of nav. It helps a lot. It has a lot of limitation as well because it relies on station overhearing the frames to update the timer. And if the station does not hear the frame, to just incorrectly just assume that the medium is free and send. So it adds a lot of overheads because that's a lot of information to as compared to the actual data that you're trying to transmit. So it's a lot. So that's why I put that picture there, where you can imagine if everybody is trying to transmit using their laptop, with somebody in the cafe, and there's only one access point. So if imagine if this person here is transmitting and this person here is also transmitting, but they cannot hear each other, right? But this can hear the access points. So it uses the duration value in the access point to know that somebody here is trying to transmit, and that is how to avoid collision. But then it also means that remember I talked about the modulation techniques where you use QAM or whatever to send data and the transmission. That also means that the same, instead of processing your data to transmit the overhead, you also have to add your nav information into it. So it takes a lot of space that you can use to actually transmit your data. Okay, okay. I think that's all for back layer protocol. Uh, the- okay, so the next topic is let's talk about the wireless LAN architecture components. Okay, wireless LAN architecture components includes a range of components that work together to provide connectivity and enable efficient data transfer and maintain security within a wireless network. So, understanding the component of the wireless LAN and the function is essential for designing deploying, managing a robust Wi-Fi network, etc. So in this section, we will examine the key wireless components, including the BSS, the SSID, the BSSID, ESS, APs, wireless controller, client devices, as well as the architectural rules that ensure seamless communication within the network. Okay, so let's get started. What is an access point? Okay, I've been saying that a lot. Access point, access point. What is actually the access point? It's a network device that enables wireless devices like your phones, your tablets, your wristwatches, or anything that is Wi-Fi um, dependent for communication to connect to a wired network through the wireless medium. Okay. Remember, I mentioned to you that there is no wireless without a wire, right? So Wi-Fi access point is that device that bridges the wireless devices and connect them to the wired network using 802.11 standards. So it facilitates that communication between that wireless client device and then the wired infrastructure. The wired infrastructure can be like Ethernet and stuff like that, or it can be anything depending on what you are bridging. Okay. Access points are essential component in wireless local area network, and they play a very, very central and major role in wireless networking right now. Let's talk about some core functions of an access point. One of the main thing that it does is that it transmits and receives, right? It's a transceiver, and it helps to uh, to to send that signal back and forth between the clients and devices to 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 ensure that bridge between that mobile device and the wired infrastructure. So it uses the antennas to propagate the signal and ensures optimal coverage in the desired area, such that as you're moving, because your device, it can be nomadic or it can be static, but it needs a coverage. It needs to be under the coverage in the access point to be able to send and receive traffic. Another function of the access point is, which I mentioned earlier, is that it bridges, right? It connects the wireless network to the wired line, right? And it uses that integration service. It's kind of encapsulates and decapsulates data frames that move between the wired network and the wireless network. So it takes the signal, encode it, encapsulate it, and then de-encapsulate depending on which side you are on. Are you on the wire side or on the wireless side? So the middle guy is the access point. It also helps on what we call the dynamic traffic management. So it manages the data traffic between clients to avoid collisions, right? We mentioned it earlier, using the mechanisms like CSMA and the likes EDCA, like I mentioned in earlier. So access points undo that part, right, for mobile devices to connect. So when I say mobile devices, it could be nomadic or static, okay, as long as they are under the coverage of the access points. The fourth core function it is the security piece, right? Because without the access points, then whatever, because it's a shared medium, every transmission that you're sending is going to be in clear text. Everybody can see what you're transmitting per se. but the access point enforces security policies and authenticate devices to use encryption keys, to use protocols like WPA2 or WPA3 or whatever for the encryption. So is it PSK? Is it SAE? Look, there's so many encryption keys. I'm going to talk about more of that when we start talking about the AKM suite and stuff like that. So these are the things that the access point does. There are still other things that like the components of the access point. As I told you earlier that it's a transceiver, and the receiver transmits at the same time. There's the component of the antenna system. It has arrays of antennas, that determines the signal propagation characteristics, the beam weight, is it an omni antenna or is it a directional antenna? We talked about that last week. Is it uh, sending 360 around, or it is focused like a patch panel? Is it a 180, or is it like focused or sector antennas that is just focusing and used for point-to-point transmission to communicate? There's so many uh, antennas and different things that you can actually use to actually understand that component of access points. It also handles the processing, right? Like processing the data, all those things that I mentioned earlier, how it detects the nav, the calculation of the ifs, the cif, the diffs, and stuff like that. All those QS calculations and like this the processing it in the access point that handles it. So there are different types of SOC and each different excuse me different chipset manufacturers manufacture this SOC. They have the likes of Qualcomm, Broadcom, MediaTek, Max Linear. There are a lot of chipset companies that actually manufactures all these SOCs that are actually on the access point to process all this data. Now, of course, most of you are familiar with the concept of the power over internet. Not all access points support PAE, but in enterprise, you have a lot of power over internet capable access points. In residential, you probably don't see that. They're probably powered with an indoor power adapter like 15 watts or whatever power adapter to be able to provide at least a 5 amperes um, um, current to it DC to be able to keep the assessment running. Of course, there is the wired component of the access point because it is the wired backbone, right? So you need to be able to get yourself back to the wired. So it is like wire comes in and then Wi-Fi wireless comes out back and forth or in. So it needs to bridge. So there's the need for that Ethernet port, or sometimes some of them have a SFP cage for fiber connectivity and stuff like that. The software exists on the access points, and the software needs to be updated once in a while when some things are changed, some security vulnerabilities are found. Uh, these were called CVEs. CVE. Okay, there's so many things that like they can or maybe there's a new feature that comes in. So all those extras they can only be done via a software upgrade. So the firmware of the device is of that point is upgraded, or maybe the SDK of the kernel or the Wi-Fi driver itself needs to be updated, right? So when those things are required, then you need to update the firmware on the access point itself. So most access points run different OS. Some of them are like Linux based, like Box, stuff like that. Or some of them are OpenWRT. You must have heard about OpenWRT. Or some of them are even actually running like Pop OS. So different kinds of OS can actually be on the access point that you run. On top of those, that's when you now see vendor manufacturers tweaking that software, like the likes of Juniper, Cisco, and the likes. They tweak that and change the face to their own products to show their own brand. But the core, which is is common to all of them all, is what I'm referring to. The core itself could be OpenWLT, or it could be line of space, depending on whatever it is there, and the core chip that is on it. It's either a Qualcomm chip or a Broadcom chip, a MaxLinear chip, a Realtek chip, right? Or there are different types of all these chips. These are chip manufacturers. On top of it is where uh, developers like Cisco, Juniper, and Extreme and the likes, Aruba, or they call it HP now, they now all tweak it, put in their own logic to make it, perform in a particular way. But yeah, I'm not talking about any of those vendors right now. You probably see them in your various places of work or when you start working on them. But what I'm trying to do is provide you a baseline where everything is unified. On top of that, you can then specify wherever you want to, which vendor you want to kind of get familiarized with the more. The mode of operation in access point is it could be an infrastructure mode, it can be in a bridge mode, it can be in a repeater mode, it can be in a mesh mode. So when we talk about infrastructure mode, we this is the most common a mode that final access point. Because yeah, what it does is that it acts as a central hub connecting multiple wireless devices to a wired network. When that is done, we call it infrastructure mode. You must have seen bridge mode as well. Bridge mode is when you actually connect two wired connections together, like you're connecting electrical department to the MICOM lab. That's a bridge, like a point to point. Okay, access point will do that. So there are two different networks that are connecting two buildings together. It can be a repeater as well, like taking a wireless signal that is due to spectrum and the spread it's probably going to attenuate a particular range and then you want to repeat it again for others to have a signal. So it picks the signal and it repeats again to elongate the signal to the other side. So it could be that way or it could be in a mesh scenario where you have access points, that falls like wireless backhaul and then the network each other. So kind of in a mesh environment. So those are the features of the mode of operations. The features of access points are also things that I've mentioned earlier, like the ME-MIMO, the OFDMA, the beamforming. The roaming support, it's also something that is unique based on the vendor that is tweaking the software, the abstraction layer above the core code that is actually on the chipset itself. So the roaming logic depends on how they kind of put the thresholds and stuff like that. Like the thresholds you found in Apple devices are different from the threshold you find in Samsung devices. And even within Android platform, Samsung is different from some other Android platforms as well. So these roaming supports are actually uh, uh, kind of unique to each other. Okay, so uh, yeah, AP can be deployed in different ways. You can deploy it in homes, can deploy it in enterprise network, can deploy it outdoors, you can even deploy it in IoT environments, just to make things, to connect things together. There's something I need to talk about before we go to the next slide. There is this misconception about access point and wireless router. Access points extend existing wired network to wireless clients. Okay, it does not perform routing function. Please get that point. Okay. Routing is layer 3. Okay. We are talking about layer 1 and layer 2 of the OSI layer. Wireless router actually combines routing, NAT, and wireless connectivity in one device. Do you see the difference? So it is an access point and a router. So you can actually do NATs and all sorts routing. That is a wireless router. Access points has nothing to do with layer 3. It's just focusing on layer 1 and layer 2. It's simple. What it does is I have a wide network. I'm providing the service wireless devices. Simple. You find access point a lot in enterprise. You find wireless router a lot in homes because most homes are either in one box solution where the router and the access points are combined together in one. Some homes have two box solutions where they have a gateway router kind of a thing and then wire it to an access point. So that's two box solution. So please get that clear. Uh, but bottom line, they all make use of wireless. So that's just the point that I just felt I should actually talk about and let everybody understand the difference between it. There are other advanced features that are in Wi-Fi wireless, like band steering, load balancing. All those extras are just the software tweaks that the OEM vendors put on the access point. OEM vendors are like Arcadian, Vantiva, Cisco, Juniper. There are different OEM vendors. Arcadian, Vantiva, they are for home networking. Cisco, Juniper, Extreme, and the likes, they are for enterprise, right? So you find they are they offer the same kind of solution, but they are kind of focused on different sides, like the Arcadian, the likes of Vantiva Technicolor or Action Tech, and the likes. They focus mostly on wireless routers, right? They do assessment as well for two box solutions, but the folks like Cisco and the likes, they have like access points, and they have they have like wireless controllers that the big machines like that, like switches, like layer 2 switches and the likes that they connect access points to manage um, the network. Okay, yeah, I see one hand up. What's that? Damilare, yeah, go for it.
Sorry, I thought you were saying OEM. So I'd like to know what OEM means. OEM.
Yes. OEM, who can help Damilare? Have you heard the word OEM before?
Okay.
Original equipment
Equipment
manufacturer.
manufacturer. Okay.
Have you heard it before?
Uh,
Oh, okay,
I've had
okay,
it several times, but I'm just googling it too.
okay, okay. So OEMs are okay. OEMs, they are all called OEMs. I will call ODMs. So in your research, add ODM as well. Okay, Damilare, you should add ODM to your list of acronyms as well. So when you have a board, like a breadboard, you guys are used to that, right? A breadboard and then the chips and everything that's on it. Those are chipset vendors that manufacture them. The chipset vendors are the likes of Max Linear, the likes of Broadcom, the likes of Qualcomm, Please write down those names and Google them later. The likes of MediaTek, Realtek, they manufacture chipsets. Now, and they have like a baseline software on it, the firmware, that the SDK that works on them. So, and then the Linux kernel that we have on it that manages the hardware itself. Now, on top that architecture, you need to put on that abstraction layer a software that now orchestrate and coordinate the processing of the hardware, of the SOC, of the system on chip, right? That software is done by the OEM. So the OEM connects different components of hardware together. It doesn't have to be basically a Broadcom chip or Qualcomm chip or Cortina chip or whatever chip that is there. They put all those components together and then they write their own abstraction to coordinate and orchestrate the way that particular, all those components work together to achieve a smooth experience for the customer. That is what OEM does. Okay, example, in enterprise, you find HP, the Aruba, the Cisco, the Juniper. They don't manufacture the board. Get it clear. They don't manufacture the board. What they do is they put them together. So see it from this perspective. When you have a PC and you're trying to assemble a PC, you go to Ikeja, uh, right? Computer Village, right? You go to Computer Village and then you pick different components, different hardwares. It doesn't have to be a particular a single hardware manufacturer. So with different hardware, you put them together, and then you now put an OS on it, like Windows, Microsoft, or Linux, Ubuntu, or whatever, and put it on it and start running. Right? So when you open your laptop OEM is probably HP or Dell or whatever. But when you open them up, the chip inside is not Dell. The chip inside is not HP per se. It's being manufactured by another chipset company, right? Some of them are manufactured by them, but mostly the core is by somebody else. Like your Raspberry Pis. This is a Raspberry Pi, right? Your Raspberry Pi chip is not entirely a single. It is a single board, a ham board, right? A single board. Who manufactured it? So there is Ethernet connection. There are USB ports, right? There are so many ports on it. But this is a single board. So that means that this board, for instance, is a Broadcom board, right? But then, if you have a laptop, and then inside the laptop, you find this ADX inside, but the ADX is what? A WD ADX. But your laptop is manufactured by HP. Your HP is your OEM. But all the components in it doesn't mean that they're all HP. They're different vendors, different chip manufacturers. Qualcomm, Realtek. So you check your Wi-Fi driver and you see Realtek as a Wi-Fi driver. You check your Ethernet port. You find that your Ethernet port is actually a Qualcomm port. But you look at your ADX. Your ADX is Western Digital or Seagate. Do you understand what I'm saying? So these are the different things. So the OEM brings them together and put the software on it to orchestrate and manage it, to manage the hardware. Okay, and then on top of that, you have the operating system. Is that clear?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So that's yeah. Yeah, I know it may probably sound a little bit tough, but you by the time you get into the system more, you understand. So I'm in. I work mostly with chipset vendors and OEMs. I don't. I'm not at the point of the um, uh, implementing what OEMs. So I'm not at the receiving end of the OEMs. I work directly with OEMs and chipset in manufacturing devices. So I can tell you more if you want. I can go more into the details and provide more information. But because of time, I would like to kind of continue and get things done and wrap up on time. Okay. So you can ping me later. Them live for more information on this. Okay, client stations. You all know about client stations. You know about your mobile phones, your Apple, your Samsung devices, and the likes. These are client stations, and they found to any device that can connect to wireless LAN. Simple. And yeah, there's what called distributed system, and the distributed system kind of connects multiple access points together. You find it a lot in enterprise. So it could be a DSM, that is a distribution system medium. These are the components. That is the physical and logical networking component that connects access points together with 802.3 Ethernet backbone. That is, Ethernet is the backbone. And then we have what we call distribution system service. So that's a software functionality that manages uh, client association, data forwarding and association. So that is DSS. There's DFM, there's DSS. There's all called integration service, and integration service enables data transfer between wireless network and external network, such as Ethernet, and connect them together. The main function is that it converts 82.11 frames into 82.3 frames, or vice versa. That is what we call integrated service. Example, if you have a voice over Wi-Fi phone, it will send the frame to the access point. The IS, the integration service, converts it to the 3 frames and then deliver it to the corporate network, and then to the VoIP server. The VoIP server sends back and forth. So that is what integrated service is all about. Okay, let's quickly talk about the 802.11 topologies and its double up. So BSSS. So there are main 4 service sets that I want us to talk about. The BSSS, that is the basic service set. It consists of a single access point and its associated clients devices. So a single access point is associated client service. It is identified by basic services identifier BSS ID, and typically that's the access point's MAC address, but not always. But typically that's the MAC address of the access point, and it operates within a particular frequency. Okay, that is the BSS. Uh, we have what called ESS. ESS is multiple BSS through a DS, so distributed service. So you have multiple access points, and then you can roam between them to have coverage and connectivity. That is what ESS is about. IBSS is independent basic services. So this is an ad hoc. We usually don't use it often, but it's an ad hoc where devices communicate directly with each other without an access point. So you have 2 devices sending traffic with each other over Wi-Fi, but then it is not involving an access point. So it's usually for a temporary point-to-point communication, right? And it is decentralized. It is not so secured. It's limited in scalability, so you don't use it because it's just more of a peer-to-peer file sharing thing in a small meeting and stuff like that. The MBSS is the mesh basic service set. It's a decentralized network of access points that work together to extend the coverage. The mesh helps to use what I call the dynamic routing to optimize paths between nodes. So you can easily pick which access point to use to connect. We use that the concept of MBSS in mobility a lot when you have like 3 or 4 masks to connect your mobile phones to. So you can pick which one is the nearest or which one has the less loads, and then it takes your information to the next and optimize the path. Mm. So I spoke about the this already. Okay, so let's go talk about the concept of half duplex, super duplex, and full duplex. When uh, you're listening to the radio, I love Yoruba's explanation of radio. It is called Asoromagbesi. It is it's just one with traffic. You cannot hear. There's no feedback. So they just keep talking, no feedback, and that is simplex. Okay, half duplex is where
Mm.
you find Wi-Fi, right? It
Okay.
is
Mm.
that is that for me. Is there a question?
No, sorry. I just
Okay,
your
okay.
explanation of simplex just gave me the understanding.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah. So half duplex is uh you can only one person can talk at a time, right? So if 2 people talk at the same time, they talk over each other, you can't hear. So it has to be one at a time. Think about it from this perspective. You have a walking talkie, okay, and then somebody talks, and you all have to wait, right? You wait for the person to finish talking on the walkie talkie, and then you talk. If you try to talk at the same time when somebody else is talking on the walkie talkie, everybody listening would not hear the transmission correctly. It's going to be more muffled. Like blah, 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 blah. Nobody will hear it. But you have to wait, and then that is why when you hear walkie talkie, they will say over. That means I'm done talking. Now you can talk, right? The same concept is what Wi-Fi does as well. When Wi-Fi is sending traffic, it puts in that the nav, the backup timer, and all sorts for everybody to know when I'm done. So when it's done, the next person that takes over and talks. So talk about the ifs, the divs, the ifs, and stuff like that. That's how it works. But in full duplex, both ways, you can keep sending traffic in both directions because there is nothing blocking it. You can transmit and receive at the same time. That is an example that you get on fiber or Ethernet and stuff like that. The next one is wireless distribution system. So when you have a bridge, you kind of extend the coverage here in this building. You want to send that coverage to this old building here, such that this building here, the devices here think they're on the same network as the devices here. They can see each other. That is a bridge, right? Connecting 2 networks together wirelessly. It could be a repeater where you have devices, you have multiple access points extending the coverage of one to another location and then feeding everybody in this region to get the signal and it keeps extending it. That is a repeater. So it takes the signal from here and takes it to this point and then repeats it. Instead of wiring it down, like in the bridge, it's actually split it as retransmit it again for everybody around to see. That's the difference between a bridge and a repeater. So far so good. We have time, and I don't know, can we quickly do the mark frame? There's still some energy to go for this last spool, or we should defer to next week? I need feedback.
Sorry, how many pages is it?
About maybe two.
Okay. If it's not more than if not more than three.
Well, it's not a matter of the slides, it's a matter of the content. We should go for it. Okay, I can see thumbs up. All right, okay, let's quickly go for it. So, what is marked file? So, mark, it's uh, the fundamental for communications. So, I want you to focus more on it because they're very critical for managing data transfer and maintaining control. We are going to be going to some complexities of marks. So one of the field in Mark is called the frame control fields. Let me show you a packet capture that shows the frame control fields. And so you just be looking at that to talk about every other information that we'll be probably sharing uh, both at the same time. Okay, so let's go into the packet capture. Right. Okay, so can you see my screen? Yeah. So this is the frame control fields. Okay. So if you look at this beacon, this is a beacon uh, on channel one. Okay, the frame control field. This is a mark. This is how mark looks like. Okay. So the frame control field contains vital information like the protocol version. What is the protocol version? So let's open it up. The protocol version, and then it has the types and the subtype. Subtype, this is a subtype, can you see? Right? Uh, so you see this is type, and then the flags as well. So you see the flags. So is it from DS to DS? Is it a fragment? Do you have more fragments to send? What is the power management? Do you have more data to send, or is anything buffered? What is the protected information encryption being used? And other information. Okay, those are the information that are available under the control frame. Okay, so let's look at slide, guys. So there's a slide again. Trying to find a slide. Yeah, it should be there. Okay, there's the slides. Okay, so let's talk about the so those are the way the frame structure is. Another thing about, and I mentioned earlier, is the address fields. The address fields is I mean, you should go back and forth. The address fields, you see the address field there. So you can see the receiver MAC address, the destination MAC address, the transmitter MAC address, and the source MAC address. Usually the transmitter and the source MAC address are the same if it is the same access points or the same device that is transmitting. But then sometimes the source may be from the wired component. So and then so that would be like the mark of the wire, and then the transmitter will now be the mark of the reference point. The destination depends on who you're sending it to. Is the destination the client device or another or also the receiver could be the repeater access point or directly to the next device that you're trying to send to. So these address fields, you find it here in the mark layer frame. Another thing that we mentioned about is the duration ID. We talked about this in the nav, right? When we talked about nav. So duration ID is very important. Can you see the micros? Can you see down there? Can see that they're in microseconds. Very, very tiny. You look at the time here, 0.00000, then microseconds. All these things are processed very, very fast. They're not in minutes, they're not even in seconds. They're micro. Okay? So, yeah, these are the duration information that you check, the way the mark looks like. Talk about the address field. The sequence control is a 2-bit field for tracking the fragments. Let's look at it again here. So the sequence control, you find it in the fragment here, right? Fragment number and the sequence number. So this is where you find uh, the sequence control and the fragment number. Okay. Uh, Another thing is that we look at, to be sure I covered everything, the frame body and the frame checks. Okay, let's look at the frame body. The frame body itself, so you can see all of the information you need. What kind of frame is it? Is it a management frame? Is it a control frame? All sorts. You can see that in the frame type, okay, and the frame body. And then of course we have the check, the frame check sequence to tell you what kind of check-in system has been done. That helps to kind of ensure the data integrity using what we call the CRC, the cyclic redundancy check. It's used to check for errors to detected or not. Okay, this there are different types of mark frames. You have the management frame, you have the control frames, and the data frame. Management frames, remember, they're very important. You need to get them ASAP as soon as possible. But the control frames are the ones that are very, very important. They they help to they have the highest priority, right? Because they kind of go for especially when you're making transmission, the acknowledgements, the clear to send, the request to send, and the power save pole. This is how it looks like in let me find a management frame for you. I have shared I shared this uh, in your what I call it in your lab test bed, so you can easily get that from your test bed. So let's quickly look at a beacon on a session frame and see the management frame. See, so this is a management frame. Okay, as you can see, so it talks about, so see the type here, a session frame. So you can see it's a management frame. Um, also, you can look at a beacon. Or let's see. All this filter that I'm using, I have a, a chart for you in the server that you can use to check This is a beacon frame. You can see all the information here. So you can see the channel level and all sorts. This is the beacon frame, and it will tell you all the information that are inside it, the capability of the device. So the beacon frame comprises of all the necessary information about the access point and how it can connect to it. We have data frames for QoS and stuff like that. So I won't go into that so that I don't waste your time on that. So, uh, so what is active scanning? Active scanning is a method um, used by devices to discover available wireless network. So what they do is they send what called a probe request. So they initialize it by sending probe requests to all supported channels, not just one single channel, all channels that the device supports. And then um, a request are sent to any access point within range. So sometimes you have what called directed probe request. Directed probe request is that in the SSID field, you specify the name of the SSID that you're looking for, that you want to join. That's a directed probe request. But broadcast probe request is just sent with a null SSID information. So it is expected that there is a probe response. So the probe request is set like this, and then the access point to respond with the probe response. And then in the probe response, you see information about the SSID, the supported radio security capability, the channel information, and the vendor specific parameters. Let me show you an example of a probe. This is a big thing. Right? Probe response. Let's do the request first. So this is a probe request. As you can see, it's have all the information, the SSID, the supported rate, uh, that is looking for. It's looking for this SSID, and then there is a probe response. Uh, okay, the access point will now respond back and say, "Oh yeah, I have the SSID. This is the country information, the power tables that I support. This is the RSN information, the kind of security suite, the AKM, authentication key management suite. I support uh, AKM suite, SAE. I am also capable of management frames. I'm capable of management frame protection, and I have all this information. Oh, by the way, I also support multiple BSS configuration, and this is the BSS count I have. It says, oh, this is IHE, high efficiency information. This is HE capability. It will talk about so many things about its capability, vendor specific information, Wi-Fi layers, Broadcom, things. Oh, this is the reduced neighbor report. This is what I'm saying as our access point. I have so many information for you to look at. Hey, there's this DSS ID. You want to look at it as well. This is another one. So it keeps all this information and they share all the information in the probe response. That is active scanning. That is sorry, active scanning. The device is trying to check what is available and only connects to access point. There's what called passive scanning. In passive scanning, the wireless device just listens. It listens to the beacons that is being broadcasted by the access point to discover networks without having to transmit. So just listen. And then the listen period is typically 100 microseconds. Okay, so it just because the client device waits on each channel to listen to the because I always send every other microsecond. Let me show you. So if you have a beacon, okay, and you can see all the information on it, right? The type. So in each beacon frame, it will tell you, this is currently 100 microseconds, the beacon interval. So this is, yeah, so calculating that is 100 microseconds. so, is actually 1002.4, but we call it 100 microseconds when you do the calculation. And all the information involved in it is tell you about the SSID that is being transmitted, the channels, the transmit power, the country information, what is the constraint, power constraint. Don't go beyond the TPC, remember TPC, okay? So this is the transmit power range. Don't go beyond that. The RSN information, what is the AKM suite that it supports, the channel utilization, how many devices are connected to it at that particular time, 3 counts. In the channel utilization, it is not so full. You can connect to it. It talks about so many information about its capability at that particular time. Okay, this is the local power level. Oh, it's 20, you cannot go beyond this. 40 megahertz. If you are going to be connecting to 40 megahertz, make sure you don't go beyond this. If you're connecting with 80 megahertz, don't go beyond this. If you're connecting with 160 or 80 plus 80 megahertz, don't go beyond this. So it gives all those information in its beacon. So this is what we call passive scanning. So the device is just listening. It's usually good for power efficiency because it consumes less power because the device is just listening. And although it takes longer because you have to listen to all the beacons to know which one of them is the beacon that you're looking for. That's the problem. So you have to listen to every beacon, even if it is not relevant to that device. And that is the drawback to passive scanning. It is used mostly in IoT devices that are operated by batteries that they don't need to transmit all the time. They just listen, and if there is a need for them to transmit, then they transmit, right? So they're listening to know the nav, to know the backup, to know everything about that particular access point, when it is free or not. SSID association is service identifier I mentioned it earlier. It's another thing that we need to talk about. There are 4 things that are involved, processes that are involved in association. Network discovery, I've explained it. It can be active or passive. And there's one called authentication. Now, authentication is when the client sends authentication frame to the access point. I mentioned to you earlier that the client cannot just connect to access points like that. It has to be authenticated, it has to be secured. And that is what service that access point provides to the wireless devices to ensure the security similar to what you have on the wired network. So the security could be open system or it could be WPA3. Web is obsolete. You don't use web anymore. We use WPA2 or WPA3 for for uh, for authentication. It includes that authentication, and then the next thing is association request. The association request should now include the SSID, the supported data rates, the security capability, and then the AP will process the request and the response back with association response frame. Let me show you how that looks like. This is very special. Wireshark. Okay, this is authentication request. Uh, So this is an authentication request. So the device will say, "Hey, I want to connect to you. This is what I'm looking out for. Can I connect to you?" And then it will now respond with authentication response, like, "Oh, sure, you have successfully been authenticated, and oh, great, successful. So you can now connect and using different combination of what I've provided here. So please follow my association. And following that, the device said association request. Okay, association request is sent. Uh, like, hey, okay, you have authenticated me. Please associate me. This is what I'm looking at for. And then it will now send association response. The access point will send association response and exchange the RSA information. The RSA information that is the authentication, and boom, the device is connected, and that is where it's all hands. There is this concept of what called EDCA. People, I don't encourage you to use it, but some people use what called EDCA to connect. They have this notion that it's kind of uh, provide obfuscation, but it's not a true security because you can still detect it and decipher it. But anyway, what eating inside means is that you you remove the SSID information from being broadcasted, but the station knows the SSID mark and we just collect it. Example, you find it in a lot in corporate environments where only some devices are allowed to connect to a particular network, so they don't broadcast it, but the devices they know the SSID is there and they connect to it in the office environment. Okay, and that's all, folks. So that's the last presentation for today. Any questions so far?
Difference between radar and Wi-Fi. I know radar is a radio detection and ranging, and then Wi-Fi is also what it's signal wave. So what any difference?
Sure. I spoke about it earlier today. Who can give the shots?
So I think that in that description, me you show us a picture earlier today. I think that's the first picture today, where you saw me the range, the channel range for radar, and and that of Wi-Fi. So they mean the same technology, but different what do you call them? Different frequency range.
The other way around. The same frequency range, but different technology. But
No,
you're
no.
right.
I'm not sure you're getting that the same technology but different frequency range. The radar, either you're talking about radar, radio, radio communication. I think you show us that picture, and that picture explains better.
Okay, I will. Yep. Okay. So can you say that again, Toby?
Oh, I'm saying that the same both Wi-Fi and radar use the same technology, but in terms of their broadcasting and in terms of broadcasting generally, but they had different different frequency range. Like in this picture now, you can see that where the radar is around 30 to 10 gigahertz. That's frequency for radar, and then for mobile phones around 300 to 300 megahertz to 3 gigahertz.
Okay, I will help you a little bit. Okay, so this is an example of radar information in Wi-Fi range. So this is a weather radar. Okay, it's the same frequency as the existing as Wi-Fi. Okay, but the only thing is that radar is using a different technology to communicate, but it's the same frequency. So it uses the same frequency, and that is why Unit 2 and Unity E are kind of protected by law. So anytime there is a radar signal being detected, Wi-Fi must jump out of DFS channel entirely and go to either Unit 1 or Unit 3 if it has to still communicate in a 5 gigahertz spectrum, right? So the 5 gigahertz spectrum is where you find radar often. So we have one called weather radar or the airport radar, whatever. So they are in this Unit 2E or Unit 2 range. Okay, you understand? So if you look at this picture here, so you find the radar around here, in between here. So the between 5 gigahertz, right, range. So when they communicate, they can still overlap. They use some of the spectrum that Wi-Fi is borrowing, and that is the 5 gigahertz range on Unit 2 and Unit 2E. So they use the same frequency as DFS, but they just have to be respected. Anytime there's radar is prioritized over Wi-Fi, so Wi-Fi must jump out, and that's why I made a present. I showed a slide earlier about the DFS, right, and how that's to jump out to be able to respond and respect radar signals. I'm trying to find that slide. I think I closed it. Yeah, I, I've closed it. Oh no, it's there. So this one here, I was explaining to you earlier. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah. So I was showing you this, and I was explaining to you that when the frequency is detected that a radar is transmitting on that frequency, you jump out. So they use the same frequency but different technologies. Okay, so you can still detect it, like, oh, this is a non-Wi-Fi traffic, this is a radar traffic, there's a signature for radar. Okay, so you can see that this is a radar signature, it has to jump out. If it's a another Wi-Fi traffic from another access point that is being transmitted, it won't jump away because it is not a radar signal, even though it is the same frequency. But then if a radar is detected, that's a different technology. It will jump out and go to a non-DFS channel. Okay, is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Toby, is that clear as well?